Welcome to today's topic, Forensic Accounting and Code of Ethics. I heartily welcome today's speaker, CA Kuppuraj sir, to occupy the dais. I request all to please rise for our CA motto song.
सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनाद्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता
Please be seated. UFO video will be played.
Arthashastram, Dharmashastram cha, meaning economic principles Arth and ethical considerations Dharma, which are central to the work of accountants. The entire world is deliberating about impact of climate change coupled with disruptions of artificial intelligence. India has given philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to the world and successfully hosted G20 summit on this theme and also launched Global Biofuels Alliance. The accounting profession also has an enormous responsibility to guide the work where accountability meets innovation so that vision can be converted into solution. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, being the world's largest accounting body after the successful hosting of WCOA 2022 and GLOBAC, proudly presents before the World Forum of Accountants 2025. Accountability means innovation for a sustainable planet. The world's brightest minds will exchange insights, explore emerging trends, and unlock the possibilities for the profession, where foundation will be laid to shape the vision for the future of accounting profession. Hosted at Yashobhoomi, the largest convention and exhibition center in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is all set to host the congregation of accountants from around the world. And while you're here, experience the vibrant culture and heritage of New Delhi, a city where history meets modernity, offering unforgettable memories.
World Forum of Accountants, an experience of 3 days, insightful discussion, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities.
With immense pride, we invite you to WOFA 2025, taking place, happening from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at the magnificent Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. Experience 3 days of insightful discussions, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities. World Forum of Accountants 2025 is where you need to be, where accountability meets innovation, AI for a sustainable planet. Join us at WOFA 2025 from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at Yashobhumi, New Delhi. For more details, visit wofa.icai.org.
It's my pleasure to introduce CA Sundaresan Kuppuraj sir. Is a completed certified course on forensic accounting and fraud detection conducted by ICAI in Feb 2022. He is one of the partners in a leading firm in Chennai. He has over 23 years of experience, 12 years experience in internal audit and 2 years experience in forensic assignment. He scores 10th in internal audit for large manufacturing companies and service sector, RCM preparation and testing, fixed asset verification, due diligence, forensic assignment, capitalization project, XOS testing, GST audit. He done international assignment in internal audit in hospitality sector, management audit, due diligence, asset verification. Handled forensic audit and investigation in hospitality, pharma and logistic companies. Thank you sir for your presence. I request CA M. Narayana Murthy sir to present short and memento to our speaker. Hand over to a speaker.
Good morning everyone. Welcome to today's session. Today we are going to discuss the forensic accounting and investigation services in two segments. One is on the standards on forensic accounting, then on the ethics on forensic accounting. So first we will cover the standards on forensic accounting. So basically on a broad level, professionals with the minimum standards, basically who wants to do the forensic accounting and investigation work has to comply with the standards which is published and made effective from 1st July 2023. And users of these FAI services with the indication of the quality and services that can be expected from such engagement. So quality and of service is predominant in this on the assignments taken over for investigation and forensic accounting. So the regulations and agencies with an appreciation for what can be accepted from FAI services. In general, guidance on matters of implementation related practical issues. So these forensic accounting investigation standards are a minimum set of standards that apply to all members of institute while conducting the forensic accounting and investigation assignments of an entity. So each standards maintains a fixed six sections format. One is the scope and the objectives, requirements, standards requirements, explanatory statements, explanatory comments, documentation and effective date. So we will go through in detail the standards in the subsequent slides. If you see the framework, the standard structure comprises of 6 series. One is on the standards on key concepts, and then standards on engagement management. Basically talks about the engagement letters and signing of engagement letters, and then identifying key risks. Then it talks about the standards of executing assignments. It talks about standards on specialized areas. It talks about standards on reporting, standards on quality control. 500 and 600 series are added subsequently. and total series available is 600 to 6 series. There is a guidance note available which is primarily designed to provide non-mandatory guidance on matters of implementation or clarification on their applicability in certain circumstances. However, standards supersede guidance notes. Government notes are non-mandatory in nature. They also explain how the standards are put into force. So if you see in these key concepts, nature of engagement is explained, that is 110. Fraud risk is explained, which is 120. Laws and regulations, applying hypothesis. This is under 100 series. There are the 200 series. You have engagement objectives. What is the engagement of the forensic assignment, accounting and investigation engagement? Then it talks about engagement acceptances and appointment. Some forensic accounting and investigation assignments may use assistance of experts. So that is also explained in using the work of experts. Then engaging with agencies and communication with stakeholders. This is covered under 200 series. In 300, which is executing assignments, it talks about planning the assignment, evidence and documentation, which is critical to identify and confirm the facts and figures. It talks about conducting interviews, which is evident in case of both forensic and investigation assignments. Review and supervision to ensure that quality is maintained. Reporting results. It talks about testifying before competing authority. Some forensic may require testifying by the competent authority in case if it is included in the scope. Specialized areas, analyzing data, applying data analysis is very important. Then it talks about evidence discovery in digital domain, which is very critical because evidences will only prove the facts and figures. Loans and borrowings, related and connected, related party reviews. Then 510 talks about reporting results. Then 600 talks about quality controls. So the main objective of the framework is to ensure that this forensic accounting services or the investigation services or litigation services is governed by the standards. So whoever is members doing the forensic assignment or investigation assignment should ensure that the standards are followed so that the results will be as per the guidelines given in the standards. So there are 4. So there are basic principles and frameworks governing the frameworks are given. The first 5 pertains to attributes. The attributes mainly pertains to the credibility of the professional. Then the subsequent 5 mainly pertains to conduct of the engagement. So that is pertain to the credibility of the engagement. So one is on the attributes, then the second part is on the conduct. First is related to the professional, which who is conducting the engagement. Then the attributes, then the conduct is towards the credibility of the engagement. Let us see the attributes and performances one by one. Independence. Independence is very critical because the person who is doing the assignment should not be biased with his own opinions, and he should maintain independence and integrity while doing the assignment. Independence should be maintained especially in gathering the data, especially in gathering evidence, as well as evaluation of facts. So it should not be prejudiced or biased to overriding their objective, especially in arriving conclusions. So conclusions should be arrived based on facts and figures, not based on their own whims and fancies. So integrity and objective, which is basically part of the independence, integrity and objective are two important aspects, attributes which are very important, which is part of the basic principles. So basically, when the person who is doing the forensic assignment should be neutral in mind, conduct and appearance. So professional should be free from any influence. He should make a judgment only based on the facts and figures which are evaluated by him, and it should not be influenced based on the outcome of the engagement. Then due professional care should be taken. So reasonable care should be taken to ensure that the planned objective is achieved. So the planned objective will be based on the scope of the assignment. Then adequate focus and attention for matters of importance should be given, along with the diligence and time management, because it's a time-bound activity. The professional should also ensure that measures are in place to comply with professional standards of work, and steps should be taken to ensure that there is a continuous communication to prevent any misunderstanding. The continuous communication should be with the stakeholders and other single point contacts identified by the client. Then the most important aspect is confidentiality. This is not an audit, this is basically a forensic assignment, an investigation which is being conducted. So confidentiality is utmost importance. So you should always maintain utmost confidence, and you should not reveal the data and the information received during the course of his engagement. So confidentiality is given as one of the basic principles which needs to be followed by the professional who is conducting the forensic and investigation assignment. Then the most important thing is the skill and competence. Professionals who are undertaking forensic and investigation assignment should have the requisite competence and skill to conduct the forensic and investigation assignment, because normal internal audit is different from forensic audit, because internal audit is more towards identifying the processes and improving the processes in a company, whereas forensic and investigation is a fact-finding initiative. So the requisite skill set is important to ensure that the assignment is completed as per the objectives of the engagement signed with the company. So basically, basic qualification should be a chartered accountant, and a post-qualification certification courses will be ideal to conduct forensic assignments. These 5 attributes are pertaining to the professional: independence, integrity and objectivity, due professional care, confidentiality, skill and competence. The subsequent set of 5 pertains to the engagement. The first one is on the contextualization of the situation. First, the situation which is explained by the client should be contextualized in a way in which where the transaction has happened, how it has happened, which place it has happened, and based on the contextualization, the planning has to happen, data gathering has to happen, and the work has to be executed. So without contextualizing the situation, without understanding the basic requirement of the forensic assignment or investigation assignment, it will be difficult for the professional to further require for the data, as well as further go about the data analysis and conclusion. So the most important thing is understanding the requirement of the forensic assignment as well as investigation assignment. Then the primary of truth. Any forensic assignment is a truth finding exercise. It is just not merely giving our opinion or just improving the processes. It is basically we have to unearth the reality behind every allegation. So to unearth the reality, evidences and facts and figures are very important, and the primacy of truth is either to be proved yes or it should be disproved. So this primacy of truth is of utmost importance as far as the performance is concerned. Respecting rights and obligations, which is the third one. We, as a forensic auditor, we have all the rights to examine and to unearth the truth. However, we also have the similar right to defend to the other opponent, because the other opponent may also be right. So we have to give them the equal opportunity to come for him to explain the context and what is a real fact. So the respecting the rights and obligations of the operant party is also important, because he has to also prove the innocence. So equal opportunity should also be given to the party who is privy to the forensic assignment. Then separating facts and opinions from opinions. So basically it's a fact-finding exercise. We may have a lot of opinions on the data gathered. We may also have a lot of opinions on the interview we conducted. However, it should be separate from the judgments or facts after the fact-finding exercise. The facts should be separated from the opinions. It should not be mixed, because opinions will not speak in front of a court of law. Only facts and figures will speak. So facts and figures are very important than the opinions. Then the last one, which is very important, which is quality and continuous improvement. So when performing this professional exercise of forensic and investigation, the credibility of the outcome mainly depends on the reliable findings. So depending upon the reliability of the outcome depends on the reliability of findings, the professional shall ensure that the assessment mechanism is in place to monitor performance of self and subordinates who are working along with the engagement partner. The engagement partner should ensure that the subordinate should also be assessed on a regular basis during the assignment, so that it is important to ensure that the facts and figures are properly concluded. Then on the key concepts, basically first is on the nature of engagement. 120 talks about fraud risk, 130 talks about laws and regulations, and 140 talks about applying of hypothesis. Let us see this in detail. Nature of engagement. Nature of engagement is very important to understand before even we take up the engagement. Basically, nature of engagement depends upon whether it is a forensic accounting or investigation work or a litigation support. So forensic accounting mainly focuses on assessment of facts and gathering of evidence, especially in the areas of financial transactions and operational arrangements, to report findings of violations, deviations and breaches before a competent authority. So forensic accounting is different from investigation. Investigation is purely a critical examination of facts, records and documents and other form of evidence for a specific purpose. Investigation will lead to fraud risk, and investigation will lead to further requirement of forensic accounting. So forensic accounting and investigations are two different aspects which should not get mixed. Investigation at the end of the engagement can lead to forensic assignments depending upon the outcome of the investigation. Then the third one will be the litigation support, which may include mediation, alternate dispute or resolution mechanisms, or a provision of testimony. This is a third aspect, it can also be an offshoot of a forensic accounting and investigation engagement. So the standard applies to all elements, all engagements related to forensic accounting, investigations and litigation. The main objective is to have a proper clarity on the purpose of the engagement. There should be a clarity on what engagement is being done, whether it is a forensic or investigation or a litigation. Then on the requirements, the mandate which is setting the requirement basically of the engagement. So the mandate shall not be the nature of an audit. Audit is different from forensic accounting as well as investigation. So the requirement is, it should not be an audit, it should be a forensic, and it should be an investigation, or it should be a litigation support. So that the definition of audit will not find a place in forensic. Then what documentation is required? So basically the audit report is only one documentation which highlights a possible fraud indicators which is available in the audit reports. So as far as the documentation is concerned, audit report is very important, which also specifies the nature of engagement. Then the initial correspondence and minutes of meeting with the stakeholders are very important, because that will set the tone, which will clearly explains the nature of engagement, whether it's a forensic engagement or a investigation engagement or litigation engagement. It's the same. So as explained, the indicative list of a forensic engagement is financial statement manipulations, which is very clearly the manipulation which are done in the financial statement. To unearth the manipulation, forensic accounting is being carried out. Fund diversion and asset tracing. Asset tracing mainly in the case of bank loans, where the asset tracing becomes very important. Anti-money laundering, license fees, dues, tax evasion, related party transactions, valuations, estimates of loss, damages, suspicious transactions under IBC. So all these services will fall under forensic accounting services. Let me give a practical example of what forensic audit I have done. So I have done in both the IBC, under the IBC as well as under the NCLT. This gives a clear explanation of the differentiation between, it gives a clear explanation of what comes under forensic accounting. The first one, if you see, that is basically the fund diversion asset tracing. That is a typical operational mismanagement case under NCLT. There is a minority shareholder who stays in US, and the other two directors are staying in India. The operations were given to the directors who are in India, and the directors have siphoned off the funds as well as diverted the business to a new company. Basically, the case has been filed under NCLT under the operational mismanagement. So the forensic assignment was given to us. In this forensic assignment, the nature of assignment is clearly provided. One is to identify siphoning and diversion of funds, statutory non-compliances under various regulations including FEMA, income tax, GST, identify areas of fiscal indiscipline, violations of FEMA as explained, any other matter during the course of audit. So this is the basic fundamental nature of the assignment given under operational management. Each and every aspects of this has been verified and presented with the facts and figures, which has been subsequently submitted to the NCLT. Similarly, under suspicious transactions of insolvency and bankruptcy, the main objective or the nature of transaction is to identify the PUFE transaction, basically the preferential, undervalued, fraudulent and extraordinary transactions. Under PUFE transaction, all the related party transactions needs to be evaluated and any anomalies in that needs to be highlighted. Payments are, genuinity of the payments needs to be highlighted. Money trail has to be traced wherever possible, because in that assignment, money has been diverted from one company to another company. Diligence exercised by the board in approving related party transactions, which is the core of the main work conducted. And PUF transactions as explained. Amount of revenue loss to the government due to the above, and any other supportings necessary for NCLT filing. So this too clearly explains the nature of transaction, wherein one is a fund diversion, the other one is under IBC. Then comes the investigation services. This is also from a practical example of assignment done by me. Under investigation services, the possible nature of services will be fraud investigation, including cyber frauds, ethical code of conduct, whistleblower complaints, which many companies will have this whistleblower policy, asset theft, tax evasion, data breach, theft of intellectual property. So all these nature of services will come under investigation services. let's see a practical example of one investigation services done by me. This is an example of a whistleblower complaint. The complaint was received on so and so date from ex-PSR, who is a representative, through email to compliance officer and chief ombudsman regarding irregularities and offers made by on special discount. So this is a clear complaint which needs to be verified and confirmed whether the complaint has some truth or not. So this assignment was given, and this assignment was completed, and the report has been presented. Similarly, in another case, there is an anonymous letter received from one of the by the chief financial officer, basically on certain irregularities on fraudulent activities in a travel division. The matter was referred by chief financial officer to the group internal audit for a detailed investigation and audit of internal controls of that particular travels division. So these two forms part of investigation. So this is not forensic accounting. The irregularities in the financial statements are not yet proved. First, whether the investigation needs to be unearthed with the truth. In case the investigation calls for further forensic accounting work, then it will be converted into a forensic accounting work. So otherwise, the investigation will be completed and then the report will be given. So this is the difference between the forensic accounting services and the investigation services. So mainly the forensic accounting services talks more about the fraudulent activities in the or irregularities in the financial statements, whereas investigation is more based on the whistleblower policy and based on anonymous letter received by the respective company, which needs to be further investigated in order to find out whether there is a truth or not. The litigation support, which is a third component of nature of service. Basically, litigation support, it's providing a testimony before a competent authority. It could be a court of law, it could be NCLT. So basically, the nature of service, which includes alternate dispute resolution and testimony before competent authority. Testimony is based on the forensic report submitted by the professional. So this is a part of this nature of services, which clearly identifies and explains the three sub-elements of nature of services: forensic accounting services, investigation services, and litigation support. So members should have a clear understanding of these three services, and if the members have an opportunity to get an engagement, the nature of services needs to be first analyzed and ensure that what services is rendered by the member, whether it is a forensic service or a litigation support or an investigation service. Any questions on this nature of service you can ask. Okay, this is an example of litigation support as well. So this is an offshoot of the NCLT Operation and Mismanagement case, wherein initially the work has been started as a forensic accounting under the Operation and Mismanagement. Later on, based on the report submitted, it has been converted into a criminal case because the quantum of theft is very high and there are a lot of other misappropriations happen. So post which they also the company has also asked for litigation support. Broadly, litigation support, what is involved? Again, the litigation support will be based on the forensic job done by the professional. So the litigation support is to provide an abridged version of the forensic report to the concerned stakeholder. It could be a court of law, it could be a NCLT, basically for them to understand what is a money trail and how the irregularities have happened. Then to accompany the lawyer, basically to file before the crime branch. It's a part of litigation support. And then the chartered accountant will also give a statement stating his appointment, methodology, and conducting the audit as well as his findings, which is very important to know the methodology, how it is being followed. And the chartered accountant will also be a witness before the court to provide testimony based on the evidences what he has collected during the forensic assignment. So this is an example, practical example of litigation support. We'll move on to the next element of the series, which is fraud risk. The main objective of fraud risk is the concept of fraud risk basically is explained here. So high risk and vulnerable areas of fraud indicators are identified for prioritizing work and assigning appropriate skill set, because we need to understand the risk element as well as the vulnerable areas which needs to be addressed, which needs to be prioritized before the work is taken up. And fraud risk-based evaluations are undertaken to establish the extent of emphasis required for reporting. This also needs to be understood very clearly in order to find out the extent to which it needs to be given importance in the reporting as well. That is a basic objective of fraud risk. As far as documentation is concerned, the understanding of fraud risk and how it is applicable to the engagement it should be maintained in the report as well. It is documented as well. It should be available in the report as well. And summarize the fraud indicators observed during the course of engagement and how these may be relevant to the engagement, and finally how they are addressed, how the fraud risk is addressed. This is very important as far as fraud risk is concerned. Requirement of the professional is to undertake a preliminary fraud risk understanding of the areas and processes relevant to the subject matter of engagement. So without understanding the preliminary fraud risk, we cannot appreciate or conduct the engagement. So we need to understand what is the fraud risk areas which are there in the engagement. So you can see what are the fraud indicators. Let's see with an example. In the same example what we have just discussed, there should be a motive and the opportunity should be available to fulfill the motive. These two are the most important aspects of fraud risk. The practical example, if you see, it's operation mismanagement forensic accounting which has been conducted. The promoter is not in India, the promoter is in US. He has established a logistics company in US. He is also established a company incorporated in India, which is being taken care by two directors. Basically they are shareholders with 80:20 ratio shareholding. The complete responsibility is assigned by the foreign promoter to the Indian directors. So the Indian directors have been given the access to sign all the checks, funds management, client management, everything is given to the directors. Of course the directors have done very well and they have also taken the company to various heights and they attained a very good profit with good customer base. But unfortunately what has happened, there is a ulterior motive wherein the directors have siphoned the money by various mechanism and they also diverted the business by promoting a similar business in India. So there is a motive. The motive are two. One is cash siphoning, the second one is to divert the business. So the motive is there very clear and the opportunities are available with the directors because the foreign promoter is not in India and he never visits India, so he only sees MIS and receivable statements on a month-on-month basis. So definitely he is not aware of what's happening in the business. All of a sudden he came to India to only see that the business is diverted to a new company. He has taken a back and then he has filed an operational mismanagement case with the NCLT and then the entire proposition has gone into a different direction. Lot of things have been unearthed, then it becomes a criminal case. So this particular fraud risk or the fraud indicators, basically the fraud indicators, the primary objective of the motive and the opportunity both exist in the present scenario. Motive is very clear, to siphon off the funds and also to divert the business to a new legal entity and also to completely tarnish the image of the company and completely make the company zero. That is what has happened and the opportunity is already there, exist, due to which the fraud has happened. So in the fraud risk, the fraud indicators needs to be identified. That is very, very important. Once the fraud indicators are identified, then based on the fraud indicators, the professional should prioritize the work to unearth the fraud. So fraud indicators are most important in the fraud risk. laws and regulations. So basically where a professional is appointed in accordance with some specific law or regulation by competent authority, he may have to, which may both mandate and process of conducting engagement. So where the professional is appointed by the client through a contractual arrangement, which may be subject to various provisions of law and regulations, and also the context of the engagement within the framework of those laws and regulations. So he is bound by laws and regulation, and the professional should conduct the engagement on the basis of the contractual arrangement with the client, as well as with the provisions of various laws and regulations. So what is the objective of this? The objective is very clear. The objective of the professional who is conducting the assignment, he is to abide by the relevant laws and regulations. Work procedures are executed in line with provisions of the prevailing laws and regulations. He cannot deviate from that. A process-driven approach is taken to identify and report a violation of law and regulations, which could be any violation. It could be a FEMA, it could be a GST, it could be income tax. Whatever violations are there, it should be that should be a process-driven approach, and it should be addressed. As far as documentation is concerned, a checklist should be drawn up, which will explain the laws and regulations along with the criteria for choosing the particular laws or regulation. Similarly, compliance requirements conducted to ensure suitable are evidence before a competent authority. So that is very important. So compliance requirements should be conducted to ensure suitability of evidence. Evidence should be suitable. In such a way, compliance requirement should be conducted. And chain of custody should be maintained. How the data is gathered, how the evidence is gathered mainly, how it is maintained, how it is transferred, how it is evaluated. So chain of custody is very important as far as documentation is concerned. Documentations for any specific deviation from laws and regulations should be available in the report. So any deviations from laws and regulations should clearly be available in the report. Let us again see a practical case. Again, in a typical operational risk management case in NCLT, the petitioner, while approaching the forensic auditor, he was seeking the forensic experts to cover the following areas. Though these areas were not aware in the beginning, these are all the laws and regulations he wants to cover as part of the operational risk management exercise. Of course, this is only a part of the scope. The scope has other wider dimensions like siphoning of funds and diversion of business and other anomalies. So under the laws and regulations, what is covered under operation risk management cases? Non-compliance with various statutes, especially GST, which has been unearthed and which is given as part of the report. Known to directors, where there is a non-compliance to Companies Amendment Act 2017, where the annual returns are not filed for the specific years. There is a non-compliance to Companies Act. There is a non-compliance to Income Tax Act with respect to expenses inflated to show reduced profit for various assessment years, not only for one assessment year. And TDS is not deducted on salaries and bonuses, which is paid to the employees and directors, which are actually the duty of the employers to deduct, which is not deducted. So again, there is a non-compliance with respect to Income Tax Act. Similarly, non-compliance with respect to 3CEB, where there is a transfer pricing audit is mandatory, which is not being conducted and necessary filings are not happened. 3CEB is not filed. So that has unearthed. Showcase notices are received from PF authorities due to late filing of PF. Again, there is a non-compliance to PF Act. Then there is a non-compliance to clauses pertaining to period within which export value of gross services software to be released. So there is a time period within which the money needs to be released. In case if the money is not released, there should be a proper approval or extension should be obtained through the authorized dealers, which is the requirement of FEMA, which is not complied with because there is a non-violation of FEMA as well. So these non-compliances were not known to the forensic auditor prior to the assignment. As he deep dived into the assignment and he started going through the facts and figures of various data, the data has thrown all these non-compliances which needs to be included in the report under the various sections of laws and regulations. The last part of the nature of engagement is applying hypothesis. Hypothesis is generally verified by testing certain transactions and balances to prove or disprove the possibility of some exceptions. Hypothesis is there. The hypothesis may also change depending upon the validation of facts and figures. So in the forensic accounting engagement, the hypothesis is verified by testing certain transactions. In investigation, the hypothesis is generally developed considering the facts of the case, tested and revised to support or reject the possible modus operandi of fraud schemes. So in the first forensic accounting, the hypothesis is only verified by testing certain transaction. Hypothesis already exists. Whereas in investigation, hypothesis itself is developed, it is not there in the prima facie. It is developed considering the facts of the case. The hypotheses are tested and revised to support or reject a possible modus operandi or for a fraud scheme, which is again will be the starting point for forensic accounting. The main objective is there is a need to evaluate the applicability of the concept of hypothesis and also help and develop and execute considered engagement plans in order to verify the hypothesis. Let us see a practical scenario of hypothesis. This is an example. A complaint is received. A complaint is received by a disgruntled ex-employee that the huge sum of money was being paid to recruiters for being hired as junior level employee at a particular branch of a company. It was also stated that a hefty amount was paid to someone within the organization to facilitate the hiring. So basically this is an example. Let us see the hypothesis 1. What could have happened? The first hypothesis is in order to recruit, the recruiter marketing firm itself on various platforms. So basically hypothesis 1 is recruiter marketing itself on various platforms and HR taking kickbacks. So two hypotheses are there. The first hypothesis is payment is made to third party recruiters. Obviously the payment is made because the recruiter himself is going through the CVs, shortlisting the candidate and sending the shortlisted candidates to the company. The second probability is recruiter makes a kickback to the HR, kickback payment to HR in order to shortlist the CV and recruit fill the vacancy. So basically the first hypothesis, if you see, recruiter is giving kickbacks to HR, in turn HR shortlists the CVs and recruitment is happening. That is the first hypothesis. Then what is the modified hypothesis after testing? The hypothesis changes after the test is conducted. What are the tests conducted? Test conducted is obviously there will be HR communication between the third party and the recruiter, and also recruiter social media, then hiring profiles, technical backgrounds of the candidates. All this will be tested. Based on the test results, the hypothesis is modified. The modified hypothesis is payment is made to third party, which is common to both hypothesis 1 and 2. Now the hypothesis 2 is recruiter makes a kickback to HOD. It is not given to the HR, it is given to HOD. In turn, HOD forwards the CV which is favorable to him, and who are incompetent for the particular job to HR, and HR conducts a normal interview and recruits the person. So there are two hypotheses are there. One, the kickbacks are given to HR, who in turn directly recruits the candidate. Second hypothesis is the payment is made to HOD by the recruiter in order to take incompetent candidates. But what is the test result? The test result is the objective. The testing objective and the test results are the recruitment is done based on the technical recommendation of the HOD. The HOD conducts a mock technical round and approves the candidate. So after testing, the hypothesis has been disproved, and it has been concluded that the recruitment has been done based on the proper technical interview and based on the HR interview. So this hypothesis, what is initially developed, is based on two factors. One is giving HR kickback to HR, giving kickback to HOD, which needs to be verified and validated, as well as it needs to be proved or disproved whether the scenario exists or not. So in this case, it is disproved, and the report is accordingly concluded. Basically, it has been concluded that there is no evidence of kickbacks given, and competent candidates are recruited based on technical interview by the HOD as well as by the general interview by the HR. So the hypothesis which clearly explained here, this hypothesis needs to be evaluated before accepting the engagement, and the hypothesis needs to be either proved or disproved at the end of the engagement. So this is with respect to the four aspects of key concepts of series 100. It talks about nature of engagement, fraud risk, laws and regulations, and applying the hypothesis. If you have no questions, we can move to next. The next is on the standards and engagement management, which is a 200 series. It has 5 subject matters. One is the engagement objective. What is the objective of the engagement? What the engagement is for? The second division is on the engagement acceptance and appointment. Basically, it talks about engagement letters, signing of engagement letter by the competent authorities before the engagement is accepted. Third one, using the work of an expert. Sometimes in the engagement, you may have to use the work of an expert to complete the job assigned. So the 230 talks about using the work of an expert. Then 240 talks about engaging with agencies. And 250 talks about communication with stakeholders. Let's go through the this series one by one. On the objectives, before accepting the engagement acceptance and appointment, a preliminary due diligence needs to be done in order to undertake and evaluate the conditions of appointment. That is very important. On all key terms of engagement as agreed with the clients are documented. So there are two objectives. One is to have a due diligence of the procedures which are necessary to undertake to evaluate the conditions of appointment. Then what are the key terms of engagement as agreed with the client. These two are the objectives of this engagement. Then as far as documentation is concerned, we need to undertake the preliminary procedures related to the proposed engagement. All the procedures need to be undertaken. Then a due diligence directed to gain an assessment of the inherent risk. In order to assess inherent risk, the due diligence needs to be conducted. Then we need to identify all the key stakeholders and individuals covered under the scope. Who are all covered under the scope? It could be anyone, whether it may be part of the crime or maybe not part of the crime. We need to identify the stakeholders. Basically, that will help in conducting the interviews and getting the data. Then the very important thing is a written engagement letter or a letter of appointment signed by the competent authority. It can be from the company side, it can be from the government agencies or from the competent authority also. So these are the requirements of the this engagement acceptance and appointment. So if you see things ensure in a scope. The scope should have a clear wordings. It should have a clarity on what needs to be what is to be worked upon, and clarity of core services offered. This is very important. Define the target. What is the target for which the assignment is given? It can be a standalone target or a consolidated target. And do you want a review or state the connection? That is very important in the target definition. Then limit the period. So sometimes the assignment can be taken for 3 years, which could be expanded based on the facts and figures for more than 3 years. So initial period should be defined, then later on the extension of period needs to be discussed and agreed upon depending upon the outcome of the initial analysis of facts. Understanding of expectations, obviously we should not oversell the capabilities, and the understanding of the stakeholders' expectations are very important to ensure that the objectives are achieved. And we need to have a clarity on what can be done, what is possible and what is not possible in the assignment, which needs to be clearly demarcated. Then the manpower expectations, what is the team size required, that needs to be discussed for completion of the assignment. So in the scope, all these factors are important to ensure that the assignment is successful. In the engagement acceptance and appointment, as far as engagement acceptance is concerned, we need to ensure that the draft engagement letter and the written consent is of the appointing stakeholder is received before the work is being considered. If you see the essentials of an engagement letter, what the engagement letter should have? It should have the clear core services to be provided. What is the services to be provided in that engagement? The services and expectations to be worded properly. What needs to be delivered? That is very important. And it should be clean, concise and very precise, and it should not have any ambiguity as far as this core services is concerned. As far as fee is concerned, fee should match with the fee, match service with the fees, not the vice versa. So service offered should match with the fees, and fees should not match with the service. So that is very important. As far as payment policies and scope. So in case some engagement requires an advance, then the advance condition should come clearly in the engagement letter, and advance also needs to be received prior to the engagement. And what is expected from the client, and shall be very clearly come in the engagement letter. So the good engagement letter should have the ambiguity should not be there. Ambiguity should be reduced, and it should reduce scope creeps. Scope creeps should not be there. So it should have clear understanding of what needs to be delivered, and clear understanding of period and scope is very important. And the expectations between the stakeholder and the forensic auditor is also very important in the engagement letter. Let's see a practical example of engagement letter, which is again engagement letter signed for operational risk management case in NCLT, wherein the objectives are set in very clearly. It shall specify the specific objective of the assignment in order to understand the clear deliverable. So if deliverables are unclear, obviously the results also will be unclear. So the engagement letter should specify the objective for which the assignment is being taken over. Then timelines, as explained, the timeline should be in line with the quantum of work in order to ensure that, and of course the complexities involved in the assignment also needs to be considered before the relevant timelines are agreed upon. So the complexities and the quantum of work both needs to be considered before agreeing the relevant timelines. Of course the timelines will differ depending upon the data availability, the complexity involved in the assignment. Then what is the reporting expectations? It should be in line with first guidance notes, that is very important. And also the report should cover all the scope which is clearly given in the engagement letter, and also the objectives of the report needs to be covered. And the final report should be clearly addressed to the statutory authorities which are already given in the engagement letter. For example, in this case it is addressed to the NCLT, National Complaint Tribunal. And the facts and circumstances. So synopsis of what has happened and what is allegation. Without this, the engagement letter should not be accepted by the professionals, because we need to start, we need to know where to start and what needs to be dealt with, and what kind of data we require, for which the deliverables are very, very important. If deliverables are not clear, then the overall objective of the forensic accounting will get defeated. So deliverables should be clearly available in the engagement letter. Then what is the agreed fee? Again, the fee should be based on the services offered. So fee should be in line with the services to be provided. Depending upon the services offered, the fee needs to be fixed. And the yield should also, engagement letter should also specify the single point of contact for the proposed assignment, because if we don't know to whom we have to look for to get the data, then it becomes very difficult for us to complete the assignment within the timelines. So the single point of contact needs to be provided in the engagement letter by the competent authority or by the assigning authority, so that the data can be obtained without any hassles. So as a typical engagement letter, these are all the contents, basically it should be available, wherein the objectives, relevant timelines, reporting expectations, facts and circumstances, deliverables, which is very important, fees, and the single point of contact, which needs to be there as a basic criteria for the engagement letter. Then of course it can have other things which are not very relevant, but these are all very important. Then using the work of an expert, basically the objective of this is to ensure that sometimes we may need a technical assistance from expert, where the professional does not possess the technical assistance or necessary knowledge or skill set to ensure that that particular objective is achieved. So he may have to refer to the technical assistance. What is the procedure conducted in complex and specialized areas where we need to order to meet the standard of quality? That is very important. And evidence which will be gathered with the help of the expert. Sometimes the experts work will be used for arriving at the conclusion, or the relevant and reliable evidence which will be gathered with the help of the expert. The documentation, which is very important when we use the work of an expert, is there should be an agreement with the expert defining the scope, objective of the work, with adequate provisions for confidentiality, indemnification, deliverables, timelines, limitations, and non-disclosures. With all these aspects of confidentiality, indemnification, deliverables, timelines, and non-disclosure, an agreement needs to be entered with the expert so that it will be clear with both the party concerned what is expected. Then as far as requirements are concerned, the nature and significance of the subject matter is very important, including its complexity, and the technicality of the subject matter and the complexity of procedure is required to be performed. Understanding the fraud risk and vulnerability of subject matter, this is very important. The comparison of the expertise required with the expertise available with the professional. So what is available with the professional, what is available with the expertise needs to be compared. And the professional shall retain and the ultimate responsibility for assignment. So though we are expecting, we are taking the work of an expert, ultimately we are responsible for the job assigned to us. So we cannot say that we are dependent on the expert. So we need to ensure that proper due diligence and all the work is done by us, and we need to take the responsibility, and we should be the prima facie main person who is the ultimate responsibility for the assignment conclusions, though the expert's opinion can be taken as a guidance or as an additional proof for arriving at the conclusions. This is with respect to the using of the work of an expert. Then engaging with agencies. Agencies engagement, basically the engagement where the professional is appointed by the agency or on their behalf as a consultant or advisor. Sometimes we may not directly do a forensic assignment, it will be done based on agency appointment, or the engagement where the agency is called upon by the agency in respect of a work carried out by them under the instructions of their employer. So there are two scenarios are there: direct appointment by agencies, or the forensic auditor will be called for by the agency in respect of what carried out by them under the instructions of their employer. So these are the two scope which are there in the part of engaging the agencies. So again, in terms of objectives, we need to ensure that the protocols, including legal aspects, which are to be followed, needs to be clearly agreed upon with the agencies who are involved in the engagement. Then roles and responsibility of the professional needs to be clearly identified. Special considerations, if any, in the agency appointment also needs to be considered. Then outlining the matter in which the professional can provide evidence to agencies in the forensic engagement in relation to the engagement carried out by the professional. This also needs to be clearly part of the objective when the agency engaging the agencies. As far as documentation is concerned, again the engagement terms, which is very, very important, terms of engagement with scope, objectives and procedures, including documentation recording any changes in the terms of engagement also needs to be clearly documented. Chain of custody, again, for collecting evidence, physical and digital evidence is very important. So chain of custody needs to be maintained in case of agency engagements. Then NDA with the agencies needs to be signed. The NDA should also cover the team members involved in the engagement. So when we enter into agency arrangements, NDA is very important, which is a non-disclosure agreement between the agency and the professional. Then all correspondences between the agency, including the reports and working papers, needs to be retained, either the physical form or in digital form. The requirements are very clear. Objective, scope and planned procedure needs to be with the engagement of the agencies. It should be there through a proper communication exchange confirming the terms of engagement. So it should be clearly documented. The applicable laws and regulations governing the respective agency needs to be taken care. And the basic principles with special emphasis on independence, integrity, objectivity and confidentiality needs to be maintained in the agencies. The professional should be aware of the roles and responsibility in presentation of facts before the agency. You should be very careful. And the professional care should be taken with regard to communication with agencies, supported by adequate documentation. So these are the requirements of an agency professional relationship, which is very important. These are the indicative agencies in India. So basically, one is the law enforcement agencies, number two is regulatory bodies. Law engagement enforcement agencies are CBI, CID, Enforcement Directorates, SFOs, Serious Fraud and Investigation Office, Director General of Income Tax Investigation, DGAT, then DGGST, Director General of Goods and Services Tax, law enforcement agencies. As far as regulatory bodies are concerned, RBI, SEBI, then IRDA and IBBA. So these are all the law enforcing agencies and regulatory bodies which we are talking when we talk about agencies. Then communication with stakeholders. Basically stakeholders here refer to the person who has appointed us for the engagement. There should be a clear, unambiguous and continuous two-way communication between the professionals and the stakeholders, because at various stages of engagement, not only the beginning stage, during the execution stage or at the completion stage, because this will clear the doubts and whatever is the clarification between the stakeholder and the forensic auditor, because there will be a lot of documents we will be receiving, a lot of information, we will be interviewing many people. So this needs to be clearly communicated with the stakeholder and also with the single point of contact. And the professional who is conducting the forensic assignment should directly communicate with the stakeholders. He should not involve a third party because of the confidentiality to be maintained in the forensic assignment. So these two are very clear. There should be unambiguous and continuous two-way communication, and there should be a direct communication with the stakeholders in order to have clear communication. The objective is to ensure that there is a continuous conversation and exchange of important information between the stakeholder and forensic auditor. The forensic auditor may have a lot of insights after going through the data which needs to be communicated to the stakeholder. The stakeholder also may come across various facts and figures or various evidences which needs to be communicated back to the forensic auditor, of course which needs to be verified and evaluated. So basically this communication between the stakeholder and the forensic auditors are very important. So these two are the most important aspects of communication should be clear. And the documentation to demonstrate the compliance with legal and regulatory provisions wherever it is required, it needs to be followed. Documentation of communication. Similarly, the communication should remain shall remain in the possession of the professional. Then the same should be shared only in case of need basis. All the minutes, whatever we communicate, whatever we discuss, should be shared only in case of there is a requirement. Otherwise, it needs to be kept confidentially. And in case of oral communication, it should be documented. Minutes of meeting is very important because at later stage you may have come across so many meetings between the stakeholder and the forensic auditor. So each and every stage of communication needs to be minuted, which can be always be referred back at the end in order to just check what has been discussed between the stakeholder and the forensic auditor. As far as requirement is concerned, all matters of engagement shall be according as per the laid down procedures and as a predefined and pre-agreed protocol. And primary stakeholder and matter related engagement, communication with other stakeholders shall be predefined and duly included in the process and protocol. So the main stakeholder communication is defined. Communication with stakeholders, it will be predefined and duly included in the process of protocol. And all communication with the professional shall be clear, direct, independent, objective and effective, conducted with an open mind, and take into account the relevant laws and regulations, principle of confidentiality, natural justice. These three are very important. Relevant laws and regulations, principles of confidentiality, natural justice. And the professional should also not disclose or divulge any information obtained during the engagement without the prior express intimation, permission of the primary stakeholder. So this is very, very important to maintain confidentiality. If the information is leaked out, then the effect of doing the forensic will get diluted. So whatever information received in any form, electronic form or physical form, needs to be maintained at utmost confidentiality to ensure that we get the full effect of the forensic engagement. So as far as communication is concerned, the communication should be two-way and the communication should be unambiguous and continuous, and the communication with the other stakeholders, if desired, it should be predefined and it should also be duly included in the process and protocol. Communication should be minuted. Minutes of meeting should be maintained as a reference and for documentation purpose. The professional should also, very important is, should not divulge the information as far as the information is received from the primary stakeholder. So this is very important. So with this, we are coming to a conclusion on the engagement management, which more precisely talk about the engagement objective. What is the objective of the engagement? And also it talks about the engagement acceptance and appointment, basically on the engagement letters and the contents of the engagement letter, as well as who has to sign the engagement letter, whether it should be signed by the competent authority or by the primary stakeholder, depends upon from whom the assignment is being given to the forensic auditor. Then using the work of an expert. So many occasions expert work will be used, but it should be used with the due diligence and due care should be taken when we use the work of an expert. Basically, as a forensic auditor, the forensic auditor is primarily responsible for the decision and the final results of the forensic audit, not the expert. Then engaging with agencies, we discussed who are the agencies, law enforcement agencies. So what are all the various principles mentioned when we do an engagement with the agencies? And communication with stakeholders. Basically the communication should be clear, unambiguous, and it should be minuted, and the confidential information should not be revealed. So far we have discussed two aspects of the standards. One is on the key principles. You go back to the slides. Key principles we discussed. So the key concepts we discussed basically is on the nature of engagement, fraud risk, law and regulations, applying hypothesis. We also seen some practical examples of these key concepts. Then we discussed about the standards on engagement management, which more precisely talks about the objectives, engagement letter contents, and signing authorities, using the work of an expert, then engaging with agencies, and also the communication with the stakeholders. Any questions so far? So anyone has done forensic assignments here? Do you have any experience in forensic or investigation assignments? Probably you can share your experience as well. Are you very new to this forensic or? No, I have completed in 2022, so post which I have done for 3 to 4 assignments. So my knowledge is limited to those 3 to 4 assignments. But I have wide experience in internal audits, so based on which I do a lot of investigations. So I thought if you have done anything, I thought you can share your experience as well. So this is a very lucrative area, but the very important thing is it needs to be done with utmost care and with a deep dive into the data. So data analysis is very important. So that is very important. So if you have no questions, we can move to the next standards. So we'll meet after tea break. Now we will see the standards on executing assignments, which is explained in 300. So these are all the various subject matters. One is on the planning the assignment, how the assignment is planned, evidence and documentation, evidence gathering and documentation, conducting work procedures, conducting interviews, review and supervision, testifying before a competent authority. So in terms of planning the assignment, a good planning will ensure that half of the assignment is completed. The extent of planning required depends upon the complexity of the engagement undertaken. So the more complex, meticulous planning is required. In case of a normal assignment, a basic planning will suffice. The objective is to ensure that the planning process is in line with the overall scope of the engagement. We cannot deviate, the planning cannot deviate from the scope. So it has to be in line with the scope, and also it should consider the risk factors, limitations and restrictions on the steps required to mitigate the risk should be inbuilt in the planning. Then the appropriate work methodology should also be defined in the planning stage. And diverse source of gathering information. Information will not be available only in one place, it will be available in multiple places. So the planning stage should ensure that the information which are available in the multiple places are also gathered. Then the resources, skills and timelines needs to be planned before the assignment is started. Skills and timelines planning is very important. As far as documentation is concerned, the planning process documentation and the tools used to document the planning is required. Then information gathered about the business, about the operations and about the systems needs to be documented as part of the planning. Then meeting with key stakeholders at the planning stage needs to be documented. Then resource requirement and availability, the gap between resource required and available needs to be documented as part of the planning stage. Then the knowledge of the business is very important, because only the facts, obtaining the facts and evaluating the facts will only help us in understanding the data to some extent, but understanding the business and business processes are very important. So the relevant business processes needs to be documented at the planning stage itself. Then what are the risk considerations, that also needs to be documented as part of planning. Then discussion with the stakeholders is important. Then the technology deployment, what software is used to detract the data, that is important. Then the resource allocation for that particular assignment. So these are the aspects of planning in the assignment. Then comes the evidence and documentation. So there is a difference between evidence and documentation. Basically, evidence refers to information written or oral or contained in electronic form. It will be in electronic form or it will be in physical form, which is relied upon by the forensic auditor to arrive at the conclusions. Because based on evidence only in forensic, conclusions can be drawn. So evidence is very important. Documentation refers to the aggregation of all evidences received, again in electronic form or in a physical form, in both forms. So evidence gathering and evidence documentation both are important, which is the initial stage of the forensic assignment. The information gathered should be relevant and reliable to the objective of the assignment. Irrelevant information, irrelevant data need not be gathered upon. Similarly, appropriate and sufficient document is prepared and maintained in order to ensure that Also to facilitate a review and confirmation of procedures conducted by the professional, and the findings and supporting which are collected needs to be validated, based on which observations should be made and conclusions should be drawn. As far as documentation is concerned, the detailed working papers which are prepared during the audit, along with the name and date of the reviewer, quality checks conducted, should be documented as part of the standard, and a chain of custody of physical and digital data, digital evidence needs to be maintained. So what is chain of custody? So chain of custody is nothing but an investigator takes the custody of evidence from the crime scene. So the custody is taken, it needs to be documented as part of the process. So how that evidence is taken, the time when the evidence is taken, and the evidence is received from what source? From computers, from laptop, from computers, from mobiles. So, and whether it is received from a particular person in case of physical evidence. And this custody of chain of custody needs to be maintained from the receipt stage to transfer stage. It needs to be maintained. Chain of transfer also needs to be maintained. When it is transferred, to whom it is transferred, for what purpose it is being transferred, it needs to be maintained, because this flow helps in evaluating the document in a better way, and also the source of document, the reliability of document will be better if chain of custody is maintained. If you see the identification of the evidence, the type of incident or case is very important to know what is to be identified. So first of all, the objective of the assignment, for example, if you are going for a siphoning of funds, or you go for a non-compliance, statutory non-compliances if you go, so depending upon the identification of objective, the data needs to be extracted. Similarly, the chain of custody as discussed, it should be secured and documented. So the documenting the chain of custody is very important, and once this data is extracted, it needs to be examined based on the recovered data, and based on the examination, if further data is required for, those further data also needs to be further taken. And for those cases, for those data also, chain of custody needs to be maintained. Then based on the facts and figures, based on the analysis, the documentation of the facts and findings should be summarized, evidenced, and it should be prepared for testimony. So this is the sequence of events in evidence gathering and documentation. There are a lot of digital evidences are available. The sources mainly are, there are few examples of digital data source. One is laptops and computers. Basically, there is a predominant place where the evidence will be collected. Then browser histories of the suspect. Then emails, which is very important, where we take the backup of the email for future analysis. Multimedia files, storage devices, pen drives, hard disks, logs, basically call logs, also the data logs can be extracted as evidence. Then events which are happened during the course of the engagement. Mobile is one of the evidence. Then smart devices. So basically digital evidence can be collected from many sources. It can be from all these sources, it can be collected, and the chain of custody is maintained. Then preservation of data is very important. There are a lot of data can be overwritten, so write blockers are available. Basically hardwares and softwares are available, write blockers are available, which are meant to protect the data as it is collected. Because if the data got changed, it can be used as a for further analysis and for further fact-finding exercise. So what is data received needs to be protected, and a lot of softwares available like hardwares and software write blockers are available to prevent protect the data being changed when we store it in the storage devices. So if you see the key steps which are there, so for a chain of custody, you click a photo of the software, computer, sign off from the owner and create a clone. A clone is created, basically clone is nothing but a replicate of the data which is taken and is created and kept. And how it is protected, how the data received is protected, is mainly protected through the write block softwares which are available to protect the data, basically for prevention of contamination. And as far as extraction method is concerned, we have to create a working copy of each hard. See, for example, there will be a working copy will be there. The working copy needs to be created on whatever hardware which is suitable to extract a particular software needs to be identified, and the software should be selected and it should be written as a past data. So data should be rewritten in a separate database. Then how to analyze the data? We need to analyze the hidden data, which is very important. Deleted files, unless and until it is overwritten or permanently deleted files can be retrieved by using softwares. Then review of internet configurations and timestamps on chats, emails, etc. can be taken. Google Photos also can be taken, and proofs which are part of Google Drives can also be retrieved as digital data. Then the data should be completely decrypted. It should be a decrypted data. Then the other things what we need to consider in data extraction and evidencing is, it should be written on a chronological order. What data is received and on how it is maintained. Then all facts needs to be included in that. And hearsay and unintentional opinion should be avoided. It should be validated with the proper data which is received from the software. These are all the various examples of evidence collection. You can take a photo of the screen without closing and modifying any screen. We can take, in case of deletion software is running, we can close the power switch out of the electricity supply and data can be retrieved. So these are the various methods. We can seize the data and put it in the aeroplane mode so that the data integrity is maintained, and duplicate the SIM card so that the original data is retained. Extract the data from the device and the cloud. Cloud data extraction is also possible. So it can be taken from computers as well as from the mobiles. Now, based on the practical scenario, evidence collection and documentation in forensic accounting of a NCLT case, what are the data, how it is collected, and how it is used for finding out the truth and finding out the facts. Basically, these are the areas given as a scope. In case of siphoning of cash, all these evidences are collected. Physical form, bank statements, as well as physical as well as in electronic form, in soft files. Bank statements are collected, vendor quotations are collected, scope of work agreed with the vendor is collected, details of petty cash transferred to branches, email confirmations, screenshots from software application for backdated entries. So with this evidence, the siphoning of cash is proved behind doubt. Then in case of diversion of funds through third party, letter confirmation from the customer is taken straight away and confirmed. So that is a physical evidence. And in case of company assets retained, not given back to the company, again company assets returned, current vehicle registration. So vehicle registration from the e-wagon site. So that is a confirmation that the registration has been transferred from the company to the other party. Then repayment of loan by the company and no due certificate from the bank. So basically, the payment has been completely done by the company. However, the vehicle is retained by the SOL director without returning back to the company. Similarly, non-settlement of dues, journal entries are taken as a proof, as an evidence. Reconciliation statements are taken as evidence. Turnover as per legacy software is taken as evidence. Then repayment of loan to foreign subsidiaries, documentation submitted to the authorized dealers were taken as evidence. Then back office expenses. Again, the reconciliation statement and expenses allocation methodology is taken as evidence. Then related party transactions, the debtors and creditors ledgers, bank statements were taken as evidence. Similarly, for nexus between the director and the company which is being formed and transferred the business to another company, the Google photos was a main proof. So Google photos were taken and confirming the RTGS to third party respondents, incorporation expenses spent from this company, all those were retrieved from the Google photos. So Google photos is also an evidence wherein the drive of the particular person, it has been retrieved and used as evidence to further prove that the company is incorporated from this company, and the clients were diverted to the new company. Similarly, in case of other salary paid, FT salary paid, it is proved again based on bank statement, email confirmation for payment of incentive, and statutory non-compliances are verified based on show cause notices, again evidence, GST registration, cancellation and restoration process, 3B and GST remittances. This is again evidence. Then notice from PF authorities. PF notices itself is an evidence, and remittances made subsequent to the due dates is taken as evidence. Loan to directors. Bank statement clearly transferring the funds as an evidence. Trial balance for loan outstanding. Again, for non-repayment of loan, trial balance is taken as a evidence and kept along with the bank statements. Similarly, in case of FEMA violation, related party transactions, settlements, bank statements, reconciliation statements, all are kept as a physical evidence as well as soft copy evidence for proving the allegation. Similarly, in case of scrutiny of income tax returns, IT returns itself is an evidence, and the audited P&L as well as the balance sheet, adjustment entries, pause, all kept as an evidence. So, in a forensic engagement, all these forms as an evidence both in physical and soft copy form. The only thing is it should be retrieved and it should be maintained with a chain of custody so that this evidence can be used unadulterated for proving the allegation, which has been proved in this case. And that is why this case has become from NCLT to criminal case. Then conducting work procedure. In conducting the work procedure, as far as assignment is concerned, collection, analysis and interpretation of data and information which are gathered, which are from reliable and relevant evidence is definitely required to prove or disprove the formulated hypothesis. So collection, analysis and interpretation of data is very important. The main objective is to develop plan work procedures to achieve the objective. So the work procedure needs to be planned in such a way that the objectives of the assignment is achieved. Similarly, the professional conducting the work procedure for effective execution of the assignment, it should conduct in such a way, it should deep dive into the data and evidence is received for effective execution of the assignment. And there is a clarity on the activities to be undertaken to either prove or disprove or the hypothesis as formulated by the professional. So the clarity of activity is important and it should be documented so that how the allegation is proved or disproved can be easily understand from the activities which are documented. And as far as documentation is concerned, the scope, plan and methodology to corroborate with the work procedure should be maintained, and analysis, working papers, reconciliations, documentary evidence, digital evidence along with proper chain of form should be maintained. It is very, very important. As far as requirements is concerned, the tools and techniques used to extract the data should be documented. It can be a data analysis, it can, which we saw just now, it can be a digital forensics, and it can be a process through an interview. The data might have been retrieved. So this needs to be documented as part of the evidence gathering process. And due attention while collecting the evidences should be given for fraud indicators. Formulation and testing and hypothesis to gather relevant and reliable evidence should be there. Change in methodology, in case there is a change, needs to be assessed. And document the details of work performed, outcomes and limitations faced on the conclusions. This needs to be documented. And evidence collection and the retrieval process should be communicated to the stakeholders. It is very important. There are a lot of digital forensic tools available to retrieve and analyze the data. So some of the major tools, if you see from the business analytical tool, Python is there. Microsoft Excel itself is a tool for data analytics. Microsoft Power BI is there, which is a business intelligence tool to analyze data. ACL is there, which is a data analytics tool through which large data can be analyzed. These are some business analytical tools. And there are some forensic tools also available, of course, at a cost. AutoPay is there, NMAP is there, FTK images is there, SWOT kits are there, volatility is there. Then apart from that, imaging tools are there, magnetic RAM capture is there. So there are a lot of forensic tools are available to extract the evidence as well as to analyze the evidence. These business analytical tools are more for analytical tools. After the data is large data is collected, these tools can be used to disseminate and analyze the data so that it can give informed results. Of course, the results need to be interpreted and analyzed further to achieve the objective, because ultimately the objective needs to be achieved. The tools will enable to achieve the objective. Next comes the conducting interview. So interview, as we discussed, is a part and parcel of any investigation or a forensic engagement. So the professional primarily he depends on documentary evidence. That is very important, because documentary evidence, of course, is very important to prove the fact or to disprove the fact. But he may also obtain substantial oral statement to corroborate the understanding of the documentary evidence. So in case the documentary evidence is missing something, it can be corroborated based on oral statements. In fact, many investigation assignments which to some extent I handled were concluded based on oral statements, which have been subsequently proved with the written statement by the same person who was was involved in the crime itself. So initially it was done through oral statement, which is again corroborated with documentary evidence, and finally with the documentary evidence, because in order to get the statement from the respective person who has done the fraud, we need to ensure that documentary evidences are available to ensure that the written statement is obtained. So oral statements through interview is very important to corroborate the statement with the data received or data retrieved and the data analyzed. So mainly to get the evidence is to corroborate the evidence and record the statement of admission. The statement of admission is very important by the concerned individual. In one of the assignments which I have done, which I have done for 2 days, so I need to conclude whether there is an investigation whether the fact is proved or not. So only 2 to 3 days is given to prove that. So it has been proved by getting a statement from the respective concerned person, because without the statement I cannot on my own say that this particular thing has happened. There should be a written statement with a witness. So please understand, for any investigation or forensic assignment, merely getting a statement is not enough, because the person who is giving the statement can be influenced by the interviewer. So we have to ensure that a witness should be there who is a neutral person who is witnessing the interview, and the statement whatever is given with complete independence and full knowledge of what he is writing and giving the statement. So with the witness, the statement should be received. With the statement, it can be reasonably concluded that there is either the particular fact or the particular objective is proved or not proved. So as far as requirement is concerned for interview, the interview should be conducted within the framework. So we cannot go and ask the person the questions which are out of the preview. So it should be within the framework of the objective for which the forensic investigation work is being done. A methodology should be developed to conduct an effective interview. We cannot just like that go and discuss the issues.
Sir,
there should be a proper question. Yes,
who can be a witness, sir?
Sir, is it?
Who can be a witness?
Witness can be anybody, sir. In my case, the witness is the general manager himself is a witness. A witness should be a person who is not biased with or he should not be colliding with the person who has done the crime. And he should be, there will be 2 witnesses. One witness can be a person who is part of the team, and one witness can be an independent person also.
No, the witness is for what purpose, sir?
When you are doing an investigation, you will be interviewing the person one-to-one. Of course, when you interview a person, ultimately the objective is to ensure that he gives a written statement proving that he has done the crime. So when you are interviewing the person, when you are asking him to write and give, he should not write and give based on your forcing him to write and give him the statement. Sometimes it may happen that you may threaten that if you don't give, your job will be endangered or you will be imprisoned. So the person who is giving the statement, confessing the crime, should give without any unbiased this thing. He should ultimately accept what he has done.
Sir, in most cases, the witness would be either from the investigation team or from the client team or from the person who is being investigated.
No, the witness cannot be from the investigating team because the person who is investigating don't know the fact of the case.
Okay.
So most probably the witness will be from the client side only.
How will they sign, sir?
Who, sir?
From the client team.
No. The client the client need not, the witness need not sign the confession letter, sir. The confession letter will be signed by the person who has done the crime.
Correct.
The witness is basically witnessing that the interview is conducted on a fair way, and he is not trusting his opinion on trusting his views on the person who is confessing the crime, and ultimately that what he is confessing and what data you are analyzing and giving the report both should match. See, for example, if there is a cash siphoning, he should clearly give that the cash siphoning has happened because of various reasons. The reasons is not required, but cash siphoning he should agree.
But would it not be very difficult?
Sorry?
If you don't agree means?
See, I haven't never come across a case where it is not agreed because it is, see, there is no question of he not agreeing because you will be asking questions based on the data what you analyzed, so ultimately you have to accept only. The questions what you ask, that is why we discussed that the question should be a prepared question from the data analysis. So if you go and ask some general questions, he will not agree. So the questions what you ask should be from the data, from the fact, from the evidences what you collected. Ultimately he has to agree because there is no other way for him.
But in that case, why is a witness required, sir? If it is based on the data and it is clear-cut proven that there is a guilt there,
Correct.
who would actually come in as a witness at that stage and why it is at all required?
Who will come? Only that person who is, for example, the colleague who is working along with him.
Why will he come, sir?
He will come. See, he will not come in the interview process, sir. He will come only to sign as a witness when on the confession letter sign. During the interview process, he will not come. Interview process will be only between the forensic auditor, investigator, and the person who has done the crime. And the investigation, the interview will happen based on the facts, as I told you. So when he confess, he will confess independently based on what has already happened. Because if he is not confessing, the facts and figures already analyzed will make him confess anyway.
Correct, sir. If the witness is not part of the interrogation or part of that process, then he is only witnessing the signature of the confessor.
No, he is not witnessing the signature. He is only witnessing whether it is given based on the facts which is already agreed upon by the person who has done the crime. That's why I told you, if witness is not there, I can threaten the person, I want to finish investigation in 3 days time. I only have 3 days given. In fact, one investigation I have done, they are given only 6 days effectively. I have to either prove or not disprove the allegation made. In that case, but also I have given the presentation. In that case, I went not to the person who has done the it depends the statement. It depends upon what investigation you do. Sometimes, in case of cash defalcation, cash siphoning, it has to be obtained from the person who is doing the crime himself. But if there are some facts to be proved, it can be taken as from the third party also. Third party also can confirm saying that yes, I am not party to this. This is a proof. In that case, witness is not required. But when the victim himself is confessing, it has to be done on with another person, or the other person should sign, because the forensic auditor or the investigator, because of pressure, he may influence the person to write and give. Later on, he may come and say that he has influenced it, but that is not the point.
You can have the interview with the video recording.
Video recording also can be done, but then there are legal implications of that, sir. Video recording or audio recording has to be done only after informing the person who is getting interviewed. I have done the not video recording, I have done audio recording. Audio recording, because this audio recording can be produced in the court of law or to the same company to prove that he has done the crime. But it cannot be done discreetly. It has to be done only with the consent of the person who is being interviewed.
Genuinity of the voice also will be.
Genuinity of the voice is important, and what you ask questions, what he answers is important. So we cannot, if you can discreetly record it, but you cannot use it in the court of law. You cannot use it as a proof against it. In one of the investigations, what I have done, the person who has done the culprit, he has recorded all the conversation and has used against that person. He has used against his boss actually. So the boss job is at stake. So we have investigated and we have given a report. In that case also I recorded, but I told him that I am recording. See, illegal recording can be done, but the ultimate motive is to use it for against that person. But if you record after taking the consent, sometimes if you take a consent and record, you may not give you the full truth also. But if you want to record, you have to record, because you don't know what you cannot write a minutes of meeting at that stage of point in time, because minutes of meeting will not be proved in the court of law, because he will not sign. Recording can be given as a proof.
It's more for our own documentation.
Our own documentation, and if you want to prove, can be used as a proof. To answer your question, see, yes, this is a practical scenario. I changed the names. This is a investigation done in a pharmaceutical company. I don't want to name it. So here there is a complaint that this is very common in pharma, that free offers are given. When you buy a bulk medicine, free offers are given. Okay, this is allegation that free offers are taken. Free offers is actually a legal, legitimate this is matter only, but in this case, without giving the medicine, the free offers are given. So here, the investigation will come to me, and I have to say either it is yes or no, and I only have 6 days time. It's a very, very time-bound assignment. So there are two places this has happened. In one is in I think Delhi. Then one is in Chennai. I was part of Chennai investigation. The other gentleman was part of the Delhi investigation. That gentleman has gone and directly spoken to the person who has done the crime itself. So if you do that, he will become alert and he will not reveal any truth. So what I have done, I have followed a different strategy. I went to the PSA. I didn't go to the PSA. I went to the CLF agent. Took the doctor's name and I went to 2 doctors. Of course, one doctor I just told that I want to come as a consultant. I mean for consultancy. And general, I want to come, so I went and met. One I just went and met on my own. So there, when I interviewed, the doctor has confessed that I have not given this free sample. I have not got the free sample. It's a bogus. And I asked for a confession letter. He has given the not a confession letter. I asked for a proof. He has given the proof. That's all. My job is over. So I have proved that there is a thing happening. Whether you want to become a forensic accounting or not, it depends again the magnitude of the issue. So based on it, I think they have changed the ombudsman, they have done some lot of changes, but I proved in this case. So the interview techniques, if you see the interview methodology, just like that, talking is not enough. You need to have a questions which are already there in your mind. It should be in chronological order, and the questions should be based on the facts and the data what you analyzed. Then only you can ask him the right question and get the right data. And please remember, when he gives a wrong answer also, it can be proved with the data what we analyzed. So this is the main purpose of the interview. And the interview is more in both forensic accounting and investigation. Forensic also interview needs to be done, because in the NCLT case, almost 50 people I might have interviewed at various stages and gathered a lot of information, which I corroborated with the data what I received, and I formed the conclusion. So when you form a conclusion, not only the data analysis will help, the interview process also will help in corroborating the data and concluding the forensic assignment.
What is the person who refuses to be interviewed?
Sorry, sir?
What is enforcing the person refuses to be interviewed?
Sir, not able to hear you, sir.
He refuses to be interviewed.
See, you cannot force a person, because as we discussed in the earlier slides also, you need to give a principles of natural justice to him to respond. We cannot force. If he is not willing to confess in writing, we need to only conclude the data available. That's all. And we need to give a disclaimer saying that the confession letter cannot be obtained, so that part of the proof cannot be given, and we have to conclude saying that the data what we analyzed is leading to this particular, it's going in this direction only. It needs to be further, either further investigated or it has to be left at the particular stage only. See, the most important thing is, I'll answer the question in the right way. If the particular person is not giving a confession letter, then action against that person will not be taken. Very simple. But the person will be under radar. He will be constantly monitored. If confession letter is given, he will be removed from the job or legal action will be taken depending on the magnitude of the case. So in these two investigations what I have done, in one case the person has lost the job, it is so unfortunate. In another case, the entire team of the PSA has been, PSRs have been changed because it is proved that through the doctor's letter that the particular allegation is happening. Again, whether it needs to be further investigated or further forensic needs to be required or not depending upon the magnitude of the case. So interview is not like what we think, like we just go have a chat with them. That is not the interview. Interview should be in a structured way wherein we need to go with the precise questions and get the answers. Any other questions, sir? So you should use the best judgment when you interview a person. Facts and figures you should keep, and you should ask a relevant question to get the correct information from the interview. So this is a practical example just for all the members. The objective of the assignment is important. So the objective is to find the genuinity of the offer orders by way of special discounts provided to doctors. I went and met the doctor itself, and one doctor confessed that no, nothing is received. My work is over. So I concluded saying that concrete evidence. So concrete evidence is obtained in the form of letter from both the doctors confirming that the offers were not received. That is enough. So if you want to investigate further, they can investigate further, and then they can prove the magnitude of the special offers which are going. Obviously, this is a cost to the company. Review and supervision. So review and supervision is part of the forensic and investigation assignment. So review is nothing but the examination of the planned and work procedures, gathering of evidence. So whatever has been done as part of the assignment needs to be reviewed in a formal way with the subordinates as also with the clientele. Supervision basically refers to the oversight of what is activities being conducted. So that is the review and supervision. As far as objective is concerned, the review should be in line with the terms of engagement and it should be effective and efficient. They should not deviate from the main objective. The process of gathering evidence, information, data is comprehensive and reliable to help achieve the objective of the assignment. So we need to gather as much information as is possible and review and analyze all the data, because we don't know what will come as a handy in what situation. So all the evidences needs to be reviewed to either prove or disprove or to further investigate and identify the fraud. And the progress of the assignment needs to be monitored on a regular basis. This is very important because in large assignments you will lose the focus and you will lose time also. And procedures undertaken, the evidence collection mechanism, documentation should be there. And as far as the documentation is concerned, the key steps undertaken in review and supervision should be documented. And the best judgment for the process to be followed for review and supervision should be used. Professionals should exercise oversight on the activities being performed to ensure that these are in line with the assignment's plan and requirements. So you should not deviate from the main objective of the assignment. So this oversight of the activities being performed should be reviewed on a regular basis. And planning should be reviewed during the course of assignment to see whether it is in line with what is ultimate objective of the assignment, and what procedures and what papers should be reviewed. It is very important because we should know what is being received and what is being analyzed and what is being kept as a data. Then on the testifying before the competent authority, let's go into the practical scenario wherein I have been testified for a forensic assignment done before the court. So The competent authority is, in this case, it's a court of law, and sometimes it will be a tribunal or judicial authority also. So I have done a forensic assignment. Basically, it's an operation mismanagement case, which has ultimately turned into legal proceedings. It has gone into criminal proceedings. So I have been asked to testify before the court of law, which I testified. So when you testify before the court of law, there are some important aspects we should consider. So we need to be very clear as to what is the objective of the assignment based on which it is done, what data collected, how the conclusion is drawn, and how the report is submitted. This needs to be clearly given in the testimony, and also the requirements of the evidences and the information collected should be clearly available in case of legal proceedings. So in case we have been asked to produce before the court of law, we should have all the information which are available to actually prove the case should be available, and it should be produced also to the court of law. So this is very important. And the details of scope of service agreed, the purpose of assignment, nature of process, everything should be documented. And the documentation information used for testimony should also be documented, what is given in the court of law. Deliverable including reports and written submission should be given in case the court asks for. And documents submitted and representations made by the testifying professionals to the competent authority, basically the court or to whoever in the tribunal, should be, a person the direct is issued should also be documented. And the requirements are, when we testify, it should be an independent approach based on the facts and figures, based on the reports. If any conflict, the testifying professional duty should always be to the competent authority, not to the client. So he is responsible to answer and produce documents to the competent authority and not to the clients, not to the client, not to the engaging client. And limiting the scope of testimony to only facts and evidence during the course of engagement and not on presumptive basis. So our whatever we have anticipated or what we have thought of cannot be produced before the court of law. It should be only based on facts and figures, and it should be supported by evidence. So with this, we are coming to a conclusion of this particular standards of executing assignments. Now we will move on to specialized areas, applying data analysis. We'll go into the practical, so basically applying data analysis is nothing but what data you analyze to prove or disprove the hypothesis, or to prove the wrongdoings or the fraud. That's all. This is what is mainly given in the applying data analysis. In a practical scenario, what data analysis I have done as part of the assignment in the case of operation mismanagement case. Like for example, in case of siphoning of cash. So what data analysis we can do? Analysis of cash book, that has to be done anyway, with specific focus on direct bookings of expenses, that is direct debit to P&L, which is a direct case of cash siphoning. So expenses are booked and cash is taken away from the system. And the outcome is cash siphoning through ATM cash withdrawals and cash backdated entries are proved beyond doubt, and this is given in the report also. So data analysis is done based mainly on the direct debit to P&L and cash payments. Then on the data analysis of job costing in the new software. So earlier when the assignment, in fact this assignment was done by me for 3 years period, but then based on the allegations proved, it went up to 10 years. So 10 years data has been analyzed. During this 10 years, the software has been changed. So during the software change, cash siphoning in the old system and cash siphoning in the new system is also proved. So the new system, how it is proved is based on the job creation in the new software, and against the job, bogus invoices are raised, bogus provisions are made. Against the bogus provisions, cash has been siphoned. Then vendor reconciliation. So based on vendor reconciliation, the point is proved beyond doubt that cash has been diverted through vendor reconciliation, wherein the expenses are booked against the vendor, debtors creditors adjustment has been made, and cash has been diverted from that particular vendor, customer to a different vendor. So that has been proved beyond doubt, and it has also been part of given as addendum to the report. So reconciliations are very important in a forensic. When I say reconciliation comes based on data analysis only. So based on vendor reconciliation also, fact can be proved. Similarly, on the branch office reconciliation. So in the case what we have done, we have not only done the customer reconciliation, vendor reconciliation, branch office reconciliation also we have done. So based on branch office reconciliation, the money has been diverted to the branch, and from branch it has been siphoned off. Similarly, on the what we discussed about the data evidence collection on the Google Sheet, spreadsheets and Google Photos drives. From those drives, data has been retrieved, and it has been proved behind doubt that the directors have opened a new company, diverted all the customers to the new company. So it has been proved behind doubt because in the what the data retrieved the drive is, we retrieved the amount paid for formation of new company, the amount paid for the company secretaries, for legal opinions, for helping the formation of new company. All those things were proven behind doubt. And in case of balance sheet items, through balance sheet item analysis, non-settlement of cash withdrawal account has been proved. Asset not handed over to the company has been proved. Not settled on loans given to the directors also proved. So balance sheet analysis as part of the exercise has proved all these things. And analysis of related party transactions, overpricing of services proved. Also the diversion of funds has been proved. And last but not the least is statutory dues. GST non-compliances have been proved by analyzing the GST filings, show cause notices, and also the deliberate delay in remittances of PF and ASIC. This audit was done by me during the COVID time, so it took 6 months, close to 4 months for me to do this audit. And lot of data crunching has happened here, and the software access has been given because we cannot go to the client and do the audit. So the software access has been given, and 10 years bank statements are given to analyze. So all this data analytics has happened from the software. The backdated entries are found from the software. Bank statements are scrutinized for cash withdrawals. Cash withdrawals are linked to direct bookings, direct P&L bookings, and from there each and every scope given, each and every allegation given has been proved behind doubt. So from an operational mismanagement case, from in NCLT, it has gone to a criminal case. An FIR has been filed. The case is still going on. I have been part of the testimony before the crime branch here, before the court of law. So it has taken a different dimension from operational mismanagement, a normal civil case, to a criminal case. So please remember, members, when you get an opportunity to do a forensic audit or internal investigation audit, of course you have to follow the standards and you have to follow the other processes given in the standards. The most important thing is to deep dive the data. The more you deep dive the data, the more you retrieve the data, and more you get insights into the data, it will help you in concluding the assignment very successfully. So far, whatever investigations and forensic assignments I have done, everything has been proven behind doubt, and I have never given any ambiguous report or inconclusive report. So all reports has been given based on the confirmed facts, and the case has been proved behind doubt. So please remember that data analysis, extraction of data is important. After extraction of data, data analytics is very important. You can use many tools to extract data, you can analyze the data, but the most important thing is you need to know what tool needs to be used and what data need to be analyzed, and the data analysis should be in line with the objective of the assignment. That is very important. Then next is on the evidence gathering in digital domain. So if you see now, those are gone are those days where the evidence is available in physical form. Most of the evidences, 99% of the evidences will be in digital form only. Extracting the evidence from the digital form is the most important thing, because you need to, as we discussed a couple of minutes back, the evidence what we extract from the digital domain should be intact. It should not be changed. So the electronic gathering, the electronic discovery is very important. E-discovery, we can say, are very important. So digital domain, when I say digital domain, basically we are talking about information systems. So The information system is the software what is used by the client. They are going to retrieve the data from the software only. So information system used or the cyberspace used for retrieving the data is a digital domain. And digital evidence is what? What data we receive in electronic form is digital evidence that needs to be kept without overwriting in an intact form in as is condition received, because that is evidence you relied upon to conclude your findings. Then your electronic gathering, the process used for gathering and collecting the evidence in the digital domain, that is electronic gathering basically, which is used by the professional. There are a lot of tools to gather the evidence from electronic gathering. In digital also, chain of custody needs to be maintained. So chain of custody is what? Basically collection, storage, securing and safeguarding the analysis of the life cycle. So basically how the data is collected, in what form it is collected, the time of collection is also important, the source in which it is collected is important, storage is important, how you store, securing is important, safeguarding is important, and digital chain of custody. Then digital footprint. So basically digital footprint is nothing but a set of actions and activities including the communications recorded in the digital domain or device which can be traced to a particular user. So this is a footprint. So from where the data is retrieved from particular user, from where it is, from which user it is received. The footprints mainly can be the user's web browsing history or social media activity also. Facebook is one of the main, in fact a lot of information I have taken from Facebook. Of course, when you use it, you have to use it with cautious. So we have to first identify the identity of the person. Then Facebook is a main source of information. So I have found out, without quoting the same incidents, I found out the lifestyle of the person whom I am investigating, based on which I have taken a lot of insights into the what could have happened. And based on that, I have collected the data and used the data for my analysis. So this social media can be one of the major source of information for the digital footprint. The objective of data evidence gathering is mainly to consider the unique risk factors in e-discovery or e-evidence along with the limitations. So in digital data evidence also, digital e-gathering also, a lot of limitations will be there. Those limitations needs to be considered. Then the resources needs to be evaluated. Skill set needs to be understood because not all are capable of retrieving the data. Here, if you are not capable of retrieving the data, we should use the help of experts to retrieve the data. Of course, the experts will only retrieve the data and give analysis has to be done by us only. Then the timeline to gather data is also very important. Next we can go to the next section, basically on the this is a specific standards given on loans or borrowings. So basically all of us know what is loan. Loan is basically either it can be funded or non-funded. Similarly, borrowings can also be funded or non-funded. So basically forensic here comes mainly for asset diversion. What is asset diversion? The intended purpose for which the loan is given is not used. So there is a clear diversion of funds. So the forensic is done in loans and advances mainly for diversion of funds only. Of course, repayment of loan will not come here. Mainly diversion of funds only will come. So the objective of the standard is mainly the nature of loans and borrowings. The reasons for which it is given is very important. And the dispute. What is a dispute? It needs to be understood before we get into any forensic assignment with respect to the loans and borrowings. And also the violations in the client intent with respect to the availment and utilization. So what is a violation or what is a allegation given in the initial discussion or in the initial listing should be fully understood during the complete life cycle of the loan itself, during the initial sanction stage, in the disbursement stage, repayment stage. When it goes into NPA also, it should be understood very clearly. And in case of documentation is concerned, the forensic auditor should maintain documents which confirms the lender-borrower relationship, which is very important. Also that loan documents, everything should be gathered and kept as a proof of record. The professional shall also maintain all necessary documents related to the dispute transaction. So diversion of funds, or what are the dispute transaction given, as an assignment, and the professional should also obtain and maintain documents from the lender, the borrower, and the appointing authority wherever available. So it will be only from the bank and financial institutions. It should be gathered and maintained. So this is very important with respect to loans and borrowings are concerned. So basically, in loans and borrowings, the main agenda will be utilization of funds, for which forensic experts will be required to further check and prove the diversion of funds. Then comes the 500 series. 500 series is only having one standards. 510 is about reporting results. 610 talks about quality control. On the reporting results, the most important thing is the report should be clear. The report should not have any ambiguity or any confusion. The report should be very clear. The report should clearly state the facts. A written report should be given first of all, and it should be issued on the completion of the assignment, of course, as per the agreed terms and scope of the assignment. This is very important. Similarly, the results of the assignment are derived from the reliable and relevant evidence. So, when we ask for the evidence, we should know from where the conclusions are drawn. So that is very important. And the report incorporates relevant key elements with applicable assumptions and limitations. Obviously, there will be a lot of assumptions would have been made and limitations would have been there in the assignment. Those limitations and assignments should also be part of the report. The report communicates in sufficient detail how the engagement mandate is fulfilled, the scope, deliverable, everything. Let us go to the practical scenario. So this is part of the report which I have given again for that operation mismanagement case. So in my report, which is having an executive summary of 25 pages, and the report is having having 3 volumes. The volumes are being segregated based on scope given in order to have clarity. This is from the guidance note I have followed for giving the report, because when I did this exercise, standards were not released. I did these exercises in 2021. The standards are released only in 2023. So for me, the basis is guidance note. In the guidance note, all these things are given. The report should have an index. The report should have an overview. The report should have an executive summary. In my case, executive summary is there for 25 pages. And the executive summary should have the facts in brief. What is allegation made with the petitioner? That should be there very clearly. Others will not know, the reader of the report will not know, or the competent authority will not know what for the report is given. Then methodology in brief should be there. How the evidences are collected, who has been interviewed, all those things should be there. Methodology in conducting the forensic accounting should be there. Then findings in brief should be there. What are the findings in a synopsis way we should give. It should not be in a very detailed way. For detailed synopsis, detailed report, you have to refer to the report only. But it should give you a synopsis of what is the finding. Very important part of the executive summary. Then background and allegation should be given. Then what is the detailed methodology followed in conducting the forensic accounting? That should be given as part of the report. Then main report should be there. Then it should have the detailed timeline. In my case, initially I started and it took 4 months for me to complete. So timeline should be given, and why the timeline has been extended also should be given in the report. What there could be various reasons why the timeline is extended, because of the complexity, because of the availability of data, so many factors are there. Then scope reconciliation, this is very, very important. It is very imperative to give scope reconciliation, because the scope what is given by the petitioner or whoever it may be should be reconciled with what we covered and what we concluded. So scope reconciliation has to be there. Then the detailed methodology, how the evidence is collected, how it is, the evidences are checked and how it is implemented should be there. Then procedures performed should be there. Interview procedures, data analytics procedures should be forming part of the report. Then the findings in detail should be there. Point-wise findings should be there. Point-wise findings should have all the relevant evidences attached to the report itself. It can be attached to the report, or it should be given, or it should be produced in case it is asked for, because everything is based on the analysis and evidences only. Limitations needs to be given. I have given a limitation saying that I have to do it offline because of COVID-19, so that I have given. Other limitations also can be given, whatever limitations we face in the forensic audit. Then it should also have disclaimers, it should also have glossaries and abbreviations, because in my report some 200 jargons are used. So all the jargons needs to be clearly explained as a glossary and abbreviations, what it is meant for, because we cannot use the full text in the complete report. So glossary and abbreviation should be there. The report should also have the appendices and exhibits. Exhibits can also be part of the main report, or it can be given separately also with a reference to the report. It should be given. So when you are doing investigation, you don't need this much of detailed details required, because I have also given some investigation reports where it's restricted to 10 pages and 5-6 pages only, because in investigation we only either prove or disprove the fact, that's all. But forensic is not like that. Forensic, you need to ensure that this forensic report is covered with all these elements in order to have a proper report in place. So this is anyway given as part of guidance note itself. Though it is not mandatory, it should be followed to the T, because if it is followed, we can give a structured report. So reporting results, it should be in this format, and we can add other aspects also, whatever we want to add, but this basic factor should be there. That is most important. Quality control, which is very important because it is given as part of the standard itself. So the approach should be systematic and disciplined approach. See, it is different from audit. In audit, also it needs to be disciplined and systematic, but this should be forensic or investigation should be systematic and disciplined. We should know when to do what data to be extracted, when the person to be interviewed. All those things are important. There are quality control systems should be made. It should be made robust for forensic accounting. So QCS, which is a quality control system, is very important. And quality control requirements should be in place and well understood. Work performed by professionals and staff needs to be in systematic and disciplined way. That is very important. It is part of the quality. Quality control systems and quality control review manual for the respective, along with policies and procedures followed, needs to be documented as part of the documentation. And correspondence and communication which are documented, which evidences that sufficient quality control should also be performed. So there are some set of quality which needs to be maintained, and these quality control systems and quality control review manuals can also be documented as part of the report, or part of the assignment itself. It can be documented. So we are coming to an end of this standards discussion. I have given a case study. Again, this case study is not something which is arbitrary in nature. This is based on a real case study which is done by me personally. This is given by, for the interest of the members. So in this, whatever we discussed so far, we can relate it and then see. So this case study is again an operational mismanagement case which has been filed by the petitioner of company A against directors who were provided with the power of attorney. I told in the beginning of the session that the power of attorney is given by the foreign shareholder to the Indian directors to run the business in India. So the petitioner has requested for a forensic accounting audit services, of course with the approval of NCLT, in order to highlight the irregularities committed by the directors. Directors have gone to a different company and they have started the same business in the different company with the same clientele being shifted to the different company. So the other information what I have gathered is directors have floated another company which we discussed, which is carrying outside, which is carrying out similar business, and possibilities of diverting the customer of company A cannot be ruled out, and that is what has eventually happened also. Directors are working with the petitioner since inception, so they were there from the inception and they have gained the confidence. So that has given the petitioner some kind of a trust, but we can't work only on the trust. So basically the trust has been breached here, and the siphoning of funds and the diversion of business has happened. Then the new software, basically new software is implemented, so that is also another information has been gathered. So this is a case study one, wherein this is allegation by the petitioner on the directors. So on the planning stage what we did a field work. Basically field work is done post relaxation of the COVID. So fieldwork is basically done to collect the emails, SMS and call logs. All those things we collected from the systems of that particular director himself, because those things have been taken with a timestamp. And profile of the directors have been developed. We have also understood the business complexities, because it is very important to do a forensic accounting. We cannot do only with the standards and knowledge what we have. If you don't understand the business, forensic cannot be done. So we need to not only understand the business, we need to understand the business complexities also. So business understanding is very important. An interview with statutory auditors we did to gather specific information. Then we also did a correspondence between the director and the petitioner by way of emails. All the 10 years data email logs we have taken for going through. So there is a specific software available for taking out the exceptions from email communication between the petitioner and the directors. And employees currently servicing the have been interviewed, because they were there before also, they are there now also. So this is what we did in the planning stage. So this is not data gathering alone. This is data gathering before that, getting all other information also. And why did the hypothesis be formed? The hypothesis, though the scope is given, that cannot form part of the hypothesis. The hypothesis what is formed is diversion of funds using the power of attorney exclusively approved by the petitioner to run the business operations in India. So diversion of funds is the first hypothesis. The second hypothesis is upgradation of software is there. So using that, malpractices could have happened. That is the second hypothesis. Then third one is existing major customers were diverted. Though it is not proved, that is one of the hypotheses that this could be the case of cash siphoning and diversion. So that the business will continue a different name. The fourth one is preferential transaction in case of company A and another related party in Dubai. So preferential transactions also has been taken as a hypothesis to see diversion of funds is there through third party transaction. The last hypothesis is mismanagement by the existing directors potentially to kill the company. So that is what has already ultimately happened. So based on the planning stage data and the planning stage information what we got, all these hypotheses are formed basically to, all these hypotheses needs to be proved. So these hypotheses are the basis for further collecting data and analysis of data. Now comes to the evidence collection, which is very important. Evidence collection, mainly documents and evidences collected from Google Drive. So please remember, Google Drive is also a source of document. And email backups and the directors were obtained, taken as a backup, and those emails are analyzed. Customer quotation process verified for loopholes, because in customer quotation process we have seen a lot of underquoting and overquoting happened, through which also many allegations have been proved. So customer quotes have been verified, and usage of corporate debit cards. So they have been using their powers. They have applied for a debit card, and they have taken the debit card for cash withdrawals. So the methodology of how the debit card is taken, the usage of debit card, cash withdrawals, everything has been, bank statements, those things have been collected as evidence for further verification. And bank statements, of course, not for 3-4 years, bank statements are taken for 10 years and verified. Software access has been obtained for suspicious activity as well as for backdated transactions. And the customer statements on account of to identify the potential diversion of funds. And it has been proved that through customer statement reconciliation, the diversion of funds have been proved to a large extent. So basically, this on a practical scenario, the planning and formation of hypothesis, and of course hypothesis initially formed can also be changed. It will undergo a change based on the progress what you make in the forensic. Then evidence collection. Evidence collection is basically to prove or disprove the hypothesis. So these three we have done in the particular case which we have done. Then after that, what next is findings, interview, reporting. Findings. So what are the findings we came across? Funds were siphoned off through ATM cash withdrawal, for which no invoices or backups are available. This is proved. That is first finding. Company assets were detained inappropriately without handing over. Diversion of funds to third party, which has been proved with a letter confirmation from the third party itself. Then non-compliance to various acts like FEMA, Income Tax Act have been proved beyond doubts. Fake expenses booked through various jobs created, bogus jobs created, have been taken out for quantification of cash defalcation as well as the cash withdrawals. And nexus between the director and the new company has been established. Through these Google photos only it has been established. So these are the findings. These findings have been given in detail along with the evidences in the report. Then the interview has been conducted. So basically after building the circumstances and hypothesis is formed, the interviews are conducted. Of not of 1 or 2 persons, some 50 people interviews have been done, including the ex-employees, current employees, but not with the directors, because directors, if you interview them, will not get the information. The written confirmation has been obtained regarding the modus operandi, the list of customers with whom the bogus costs were booked, acceptance of mistakes and crimes, with willingness for to self-confess without any duress. So basically, yes, agreed that this has happened, post which the FIR has been filed, and then now it's going on a criminal case. And isolation of staff, removal of access cards. So this we have done because we don't have any data to be changed or modified post our investigation started. So during the interview process, this is what we have done to ensure that the data is intact. On the reporting, the report consists of all the exhibits collected. So that is part of the report which you just saw as per the guidance note. Original evidences handled over in sealed envelopes. So this is very important because the data, digital data, we can protect through right bloggers, but original data needs to be, physical data needs to be preserved without any this thing. So that is being taken and kept in a sealed envelope, and signed written statements were taken, handed over to the client. So whatever the signed statements are there, basically to prove the allegation. And the report includes everything: complaints and reporting, terms of references has been included, hypothesis is included, and documentation and information received is included, findings are included, modus operandi is included. Then, at the time of exit, a special boarding meeting has been conducted to explain all the findings, and all these supportings have been given to the board as well. And the report has been submitted with all the exhibits to the appropriate authority. In my case, it is NCLT. Post which it has now become a criminal case, which is further going on. So, basically, in a forensic assignment, what we have been seeing from the morning, so all these things, planning, formation of hypothesis, evidence collection in line with the hypothesis is formed, and whatever evidence needs to be collected, then interviewing, reporting, then the exit. That is basically the submission of report to the board and to the appropriate authority.
That's the ATM cash withdrawal. There is a limit, 10,000, like that, the limit will be fixed. No, sir.
In my case, they have taken the withdrawal without limits. That can be done. If you apply for ATM, especially corporate debit card, so it is in a normal circumstances for our personal use, there will be a restriction. You cannot take more than 10,000 or 25,000, or you have taken multiple drawings. Multiple times you have to do that. Also they have done in my case. So when you go through the bank statements, I have seen time stampings of when they have done, in which ATM I have done. We have narrowed down to those points also. And we have also taken the CCTV footage of those timelines also in various places in Chennai. So there is no limit fixed. So because this is between the banker and the person who was applied for the debit card, so there is no limit fixed. In some cases they have gone and withdrawn even 1 lakh rupees also. So when it's a personal debit card, you will have a limitation, but it's a corporate debit, so you can fix a limit with the banks.
Based on your engagement letters given, will the bank cooperate in all these matters, or will you need to have the intervention of the court or something like that, sir?
No, sir. Court intervention. See, for example, if it's an NCLT case, in my case, a petitioner has approached the NCLT for a forensic accounting work, which NCLT has given a go-ahead, based on which the petitioner has appointed me. Here, the NCLT will not intervene. What the NCLT will do is, when the report is submitted, we have to give the natural justice to the other opponent also. So obviously what will happen, if you give the report, the opponent will not agree to all the allegations. He will say that I have not done any wrongdoings. So in order to prove, see, I have proved, but the other person also given a chance. So he will be given a chance. What NCLT will do is, the NCLT will appoint another forensic auditor, auditor, to again do the similar exercise to corroborate the facts which I have given. In my case, they have done, and it has been proved behind doubt is whatever I have given is proven behind doubts. Because when I given the report, I gave it all the facts and figures. So, in the case of the appropriate authority or the legal authority, they will not intervene in the forensic audit. They will only base the decision based on the report given, and they will give an opportunity for the other opponent or other party to either conduct a report on his own, or they will appoint a forensic auditor to conduct a forensic audit again.
Sir, can the forensic auditor call the statutory auditors for question?
Sorry, ma'am?
Can the forensic auditor call the statutory auditors for confirmations or anything?
The forensic auditor can definitely see when you are doing a forensic accounting job. Obviously, you have to go through the statutory auditor's report. Sometimes the statutory auditors are appointed by the directors only, or by the person who is at the head of the business. So obviously, the statutory auditor will also do in favor of the person who is appointing him only. No, not necessarily. What I am saying is, he will also be biased, I am saying. So he can be biased or he can be neutral also. If he is neutral, he will resign and he will not further continue the audit. See, if he is biased and if he is continuing, he will continue, because in a private limited company there is no restriction on rotation and all. He can be a statutory auditor as many years as the management wants. So in my case, in this scenario, I have referred to the statutory audit reports. I have also met the statutory auditor and taken his views, but I used it diligently after corroborating with my data. I have not used it in my report bluntly. I only corroborated with my data analysis and then I used it. So statutory auditors report all the financial statements, audited financial statements can be taken as can be reviewed, because all your financial books will tell you what has actually happened, how the expenses are booked. For example, the direct P&L debits, how it is booked, in which accounting it is booked. So accounting policies we can go through in the financial statements.
Can we necessarily take any statements from them?
No, I don't think we can take any statements, because if he is not a continuing statutory auditor, he will not even cooperate. So we can't take any statements from statutory auditor. We can only rely on his work. We can only see, take his audited financials as a reference for us to see the past data, that's all.
Yes, he's not done a good job, that's why you are coming in a good job.
Yeah. No, it's not that he has done a good job, but there are many things happened which no one is aware of it. So this forensic is really eye-opener for everyone. So they thought it is a normal cash siphoning, but it has gone behind cash siphoning and it has gone into multiple angles. So that is what has happened in that case. So statutory auditors can be interviewed, of course, with the permission of the appointing person. You have to keep the appointing person informed. In fact, even for interviewing their own employees, we should take a permission. It's better to take a permission, because we're going to minute it.
And if they don't cooperate, can you go to the NCLT?
Sorry?
If they do not cooperate, can you go to the NCLT and or the?
No, we can. I cannot. No, I am not appointed by the NCLT.
No, can you go to the competent authority?
I can go to the competent authority. I have to only go to the competent authority because he only appointed me. See, in case the court appointed me or the NCLT appointed me, I can take it up with the approving authority. So in my case, I have to refer back to the petitioner only. But when I am referring back to the petitioner also, I need to be careful. Whatever information given by the petitioner needs to be validated, because the petitioner will give the information to his favor. So that also needs to be corroborated with the evidences collected, and ensure that the petitioner is giving the correct, because in my case the petitioner has given a lot of data. lot of email correspondences is given, but I have not used it completely. I have checked with the data, and then only I corroborated the data I collected. Then I have evaluated independently. Then only I take it for evidence. This is case study 2 on a banking fraud, which is again a real case where there is a NPA in a bank. There is a non-performing asset is there. The funding was made through a consortium of bank, and that has led bank has declared the account as NPA. The banker want to conduct a forensic on the malpractices and give a report. So basically, the other information what is collected is basically the entity is a public unlisted entity working as a EPC contractor who is basically the borrower in the real estate sector. So here later the company himself refused to cooperate in this case, citing funding issues and keeping the staff information available. So we didn't get much support from the company, though we got some initial introduction about the company. Then we have to rely on the bank only for most of our data. Again here planning, what is the basic numbers involved? The loan sanction, the turnover. Loan sanction is one, amount outstanding, turnover of the company, EPC company, debtors levels, all those things have been considered for planning. Then the banking relationship between the borrower and the bank has been planned at the beginning stage. Then the review the entity's background. Again here the background is mainly to understand the process. Basically this is required to know where the funds have been required, where it is diverted. So for those things this planning is important. This entity's background is important. Hypothesis what we formed here is obviously company diverted the fund. So that is the first hypothesis. The company overshadowed the inventory and receivables. That is obviously it will happen in any normal environment. So this thing also is one of the hypotheses. The company used teaming and lading. Basically teaming and lading is used to, might be used. It's one of the hypotheses. Utilized to funds for other businesses, not for the purpose for which it is envisaged. Then funds were definitely mismanaged. So these are the 4 hypotheses formed in this case. The evidence is collected to either prove or disprove the hypothesis. Number 1 is obviously the bank statement from the consortium themselves, because it will give the entire transaction of the borrowers, withdrawals, interest debit, everything. Then the financial statement of the borrower. Then the correspondence files between the borrower and the banker. Then minutes of various meetings between the borrower and the bank has been collected. Then list of debtors and traders also has been collected. And in this case, we also done a debtors and traders reconciliation and confirmation of balance exercise, and social media verification we have done as a part of evidence collection exercise. Then on the interview, reporting and exit, if you see the findings, the company created bogus receivables without a proper sale from sites which never existed. So the debtors is obviously inflated, and no construction site was ever verified by an independent surveyor. So basically it all went unattended. We don't know even in some cases sites were properly manned, properly being verified for a progress in the EPC contracts. And the directors and his friends created bogus companies, which again the same thing what we saw in case study 1, which were shown as creditors, and payments are made to upfront those creditors as an advance, and later on that advances have been written off. So again the funds are in place for this purpose as well, for paying advance to creditors which are created by the directors themselves. Then LCs and BGs, bank guarantees and letter of credits, were issued to related basically to related and connected businesses, entities which are later invoked. So basically again the LCs and BGs, there is a financial loss, and inventories were valuation done by the independent expert was completed on mere management statement. So it is not based on costing principles. So it is based on the management's own thought processes. The inventory has been valued, and it has been no physical verification has been done, only valuation based on the management recommendation. So these are the findings we have unearthed by verifying the data collected. And interviews again, what we did is we did the interview, actually the company they couldn't do interview because they refuted with clear evidence. So they told you can't meet anyone. So that is not possible. And there is no response also was received from the company. Despite we sent repeated reminders through registered posts, through mails, so no response was received. So the 3 separate reminders through the lead bank were also sent to fetch the response. So here we have not done much interview with the company, but we have done interview with a lot of these data creators and the bankers themselves. That's what we have done. As far as reporting is concerned, we have made a clear stating that the borrowing being non-cooperative, because this comes as a not only disclaimer, it also comes as a clear evidence that there is no cooperation from the borrower. And evidences are summarized in the report. It was given in the exhibit, and additional annexures were shared with the bankers for further analysis of the bank. So that we are given as part of the report. Exit, what we did is we did a consortium meeting to discuss the report of various aspects. Of course, the entire banker, all the consortium bankers have come for the discussion. The scope of work was discussed and its completion despite the non-cooperation. So there is no, even though there is no non-cooperation, we have found out alternate ways to get the data and complete the job, because the client said he cannot do any cooperation. He cannot give any cooperation to further proceed. So we have to only do with the whatever available data. And the findings and evidences were shared with the statutory authorities also with the report. In this case, I think it's RBI. So we have given that to the RBI as well for the further proceedings. So we have seen 2 scenarios of case study. One is on a normal corporate fraud, which has from the operational mismanagement has become a criminal case. And the second is on a banking fraud, wherein the diversion of funds have been reported and on which the forensic audit has been conducted. So any discussions, we can take it up before we go into ethics quickly. Any doubts, any clarifications, anything to be discussed?
So it's a point, forensic auditor.
Yes.
And we are also using the word forensic accounting. So is it same?
No, the person who is doing the job is called a forensic auditor, but the job per se, what is done is not auditing. That's what we saw in the initial slides. Audit is only, if it is an internal audit, is only basically to improve the processes and so the internal audit could be a starting point for a forensic assignment or a fraud investigation assignment. The person who is doing is only a forensic auditor, but the job what is done is forensic accounting only.
We do accounting, forensic accounting.
So when we say forensic accounting, we will try to find out the irregularities in the accounting. That is why we call it forensic accounting. We go deep dive into the accounting which has already happened. No? We see historical data. From there we try to find out the irregularities. That is why it is not an audit. It is behind audit. In audit you don't have to prove anything. It is only you need a concurrence of the auditee with the comments to close the audit. Whereas fraud accounting is not like that. You need to prove that the allegation has happened with the clear evidence. So it's not an audit. It is basically investigation, or we can say forensic accounting of the past transaction. So it is not an audit, sir. There is a clear demarcation between audit and forensic.
I have seen that forensic account, we are submitting report like mentioning forensic audit report.
No. That is a nomenclature used, but the actual work is not done is not as per standards. It is not audit. It is basically, you can call it as a forensic report or investigation report. That is only the generic name of the report. But the actual job which is being done is a forensic accounting or investigation, or the litigation support what we are giving. It falls under this 3 only. So it's not an audit basically. Because in audit, if you say audit, it will come into other nomenclature, internal audit, statutory audit, GST audit. So it's not an audit, it's only accounting. Per se, accounting means forensic accounting of the irregularities which happen in the financial books. Or it could be an investigation to either prove or disprove the fact, or it could be litigation support. Anything else you want to discuss? The standards? Yes, please.
This is Vaishnavi.
Hi.
Sir, we had a discussion like there will be a scenario where the other respondent also will have an opportunity, like they also might have an opportunity to deploy forensic auditors and then they can undergo the same process. If it is going to be that side of that work, will that the second forensic auditor will again do the same process as the initial forensic auditor, or he will be challenging the first forensic auditor's judgment?
See, there are two scenarios to this. It's a good question you asked. There are two scenarios to this. Okay. See, if now X has done the forensic audit and the audit report is given to the competent authority, it can happen in two scenarios. The competent authority can appoint an independent auditor to validate the facts and figures given by the ex auditor. This can happen in two ways. One, he himself can suo moto take a decision, or it can be in order to give a principle of natural justice to the other respondent, he may request the NCLT to or the competent authority to engage a forensic auditor independent of the auditor appointed by the petitioner to either nullify the report or to prove that it is the report given is correct. Okay, number one point. Number two, in case if the other respondent is appointing an auditor, obviously the auditor should again exercise independence and he should give a fair and clear view on his report. The report will be given to the, the second auditor need not take this much time because the first auditor has taken enough time to surface out all the allegations. The second auditor's job is to only check the evidence and say whether it is correct or not. That's all. But the most important thing is the second auditor should not be biased and he should not be giving some other report which is again favoring the other person. Okay, so the second auditor who is doing the forensic accounting job should be independent, independently evaluate the data and form his own opinion, and against each allegation proved by the first auditor, he should give his clear-cut decision as yes, the auditor what he has given is correct and this is evidence. Evidences are all proof is submitted is enough and it is evidences are available to prove the case. So in your question, what is your question? Your question is whether he will...
Not, sufficient to prove the case or not?
It is sufficient to prove the case because
if he says or not, he has to give substantiation.
see, for example, in my case this has happened actually. It has gone behind his, he has tried various means to try to come out of the case. So what he has done is he has appointed a forensic auditor on his own, of course after NCLT's confirmation only, approval only, because he cannot appoint on his own. If he appoints on his own, he cannot produce it to NCLT. So he has appointed on his own and that auditor has worked in his favor and he has given a report disproving my allegation, whatever I have proved. That has also come to me. I have given a reply saying that, of course that report was very generic in nature. It was not addressing the point what I addressed. So it was just done to buy time, nothing else. Okay. So in my case, though I have replied to the report saying that some cases they have given some deviations from my report, I proved with evidence saying that this is what is allegation happened. So it can happen in both ways. It can be appointed by the competent authority also, it can be appointed by the respondent also, because he should be given a time to respond. No, that's it.
Sir, in a public charitable trust where the donations are going multi-crores or something,
yes, sir,
where deviations happen between what is committed in public and by authority of his authority of being a trustee, he spends in a different manner than what is promised to the public. Who will be the competent authority in appointing a forensic accounting or a forensic investigation thing? See, it is a 12A registered or 18A registered?
Yeah, correct. So in the case of trustee, in case of trust, if you take larger trust, if you say, the governing bodies are responsible, sir. Because the governing bodies will have multiple members. Like it will not, trustees will be there, then the governing body will be there. The governing body, in case of any allegation, if they doubt or if there is any evidence.
You mean the executive committee?
Executive committee.
No, I am saying that it's a public charitable trust managed by a family, where the trustees members are the family members. Okay, and it is almost a single man's decision sort of stuff. But the donations, they have gone public, committed a lot of things. But what is done is entirely different. But when the question comes up, people say that I have the authority as a trustee to do divert the funds. Okay, I will not touch the funds first, it is slogan given. Okay, but they have pledged it, used it somewhere, no reply. Now that is the scenario. So who should be the competent authority wherein it can be addressed, so that a remedy is taken by the donors to know that what has happened based on which the commitment, whatever the committed is not happened. I mean, so to fix the vicious person, the trustee.
I say again for if
just like only a registered trust.
No, correct.
You
So
don't know whether it's a trust.
No, correct, sir.
Trust or what.
In that case, it should be either through a whistleblower policy or through an anonymous letter only. Because a donor, if he is having a doubt, without revealing his name, he will write to the trustees saying that this kind of things happening, why don't you investigate? Investigation has to happen. Again, it goes to the committee of trustees or to the governing body. It can be through an anonymous letter or it can be through a whistleblower policy in case I have a whistleblower policy, because people who are internally in the trust also can write where investigation can happen. It can go into a forensic accounting assignment also.
If nobody is available like that, then the only choice is to go to court.
But court also cannot directly go unless and until you have to go with the case only with the court.
Correct. You have first.
In order to go to the court with the case, it should be proven for which a forensic has to happen.
So who will be a competent authority to call the shot? That's what is my point. If I have the call as a donor, I have donated say 1 lakh. That's
only,
what happened.
see, if a single man trustee, he will not obviously call for, because he is only doing everything.
Correct.
So it should be done only by the donors only, sir. Donors are
they have to apply to whom? I mean, for a forensic audit.
No, they have to write a single donor case. They have to write to the single trustee case. They have to write to the trustee only.
Okay, so the trustee only.
Trustee only has to, because he's not having any governing body.
Okay.
Governing body is not there. He is a one-man trustee. In the case what we
There are
discussed.
multiple trustees. These are all family members. Multiple trustees.
Can he not write to the registrar of society?
He can write, sir. He can write that to the Registrar of Society
Be the
also.
competent authority.
Yeah, he can write. And also in case of in the case what we saw, the director who has been given the powers only has done it. So in this case petition has given, because he is the party who is affected only has to give. In this case petition is that petition has given. ROC he can write, sir. Registrar of Companies he can write.
Registrar of society.
Society can write.
The Commissioner of Income Tax also.
Also he can write. If it's income tax letter thing, he can write. GST letter thing also he can write. GST Commissioner is he can write. Any other points for discussion, sir? Madam? I will quickly go to the ethics. So ethics is forensic accounting. So basically the ethics are directly based on the Institute Code of Conduct. It is not directly given only for forensic accounting. Basically the ethics are generic in nature. How we have to understand the ethics is to ethics which are given as a code of ethics for independence, for assurance engagement other than audits and review engagements. So obviously other than audit engagements, assurance engagements only, a forensic is assurance engagement. So all these are given as part of code of ethics. One is applying the conceptual framework that will see fees, gifts and hospitality, actual or threatened litigation, financial interest, loans and guarantees, business relationships, family and personal relationships, recent services with client, servicing as director or officer, employment with client, long association with personnel. So if you see, this part applies to the assurance engagement other than audit. Please understand. It could be for a specific element, accounts or items in a financial statement. So financial statement irregularities definitely will apply. And professional accountants refer to individuals, professionals, accountants in public practice, and also firms are bound by this code of ethics. Exclusive one clearly says requires firm to establish policies and procedures designed to provide it with a reasonable assurance that the firm, the personnel where applicable, others subject to independence requirements, maintain independence where required by relevant ethics standards. So independence is again explained in Code of Ethics, should be maintained by the firm as well as by the person who is doing the engagement. And independence, it should be independence in mind and it should be independence in appearance. Both should be there when the assignment is being carried over. Fees, it is based on relative size. So again, it depends on the firm which is doing the work, whether the firm is well established, whether the significance of the client's qualitative and quantitative information is also important for the fees to be decided. So factors which are relevant, if you see in terms of threats in evaluating the fees, is basically operating sector of the firm will decide whether the firm is well established or not or new, and the significance of the client quality and quantity also determines the fees. Contingent fees is not allowed. So basically, it's contingent fee is basically it's a predetermined basis relating to the outcome of the transaction. In forensic, outcome of the transaction is not known. So the firm should not charge the fees based on the assurance and fees for the assurance and the non-assurance engagement. Directly or indirectly should not charge the contingent fees. Actual fees can be charged, but contingent fee should not be charged in case of foreign assignment is concerned. As far as gifts and hospitality, this is generic in nature and is more specific to forensic. In any form, it should not be accepted. It can be, it might create self-interest and familiarity or intimidation threat. So, gifts and hospitality, it can be accepted if it is a trivial and inconsequential gift, but then major acceptance will be hindrance to the assignment itself being done. So, gifts and hospitality in general, it should be avoided. More specific, it should be avoided for in case of forensic engagements or even bribes also. Financial interest. So holding a financial interest in an assurance client also will create a self-interest threat. So I am doing a forensic assignment in a company. In that same company, if I have financial interest, it will be definitely a self-interest threat only. So here, in the case of financial interest, an assurance client, basically the role of the individual holding the financial interest, whether the financial interest is direct or indirect, the materiality of the financial interest is also important. So the person who is doing the assignment should not have any interest, whether direct interest or indirect interest, with the client with which he is doing the forensic accounting investigation audit. And it also applicable to the firm and also to a assurance team of the member of the firm. So he also should not have any financial interest in the entity in which the assignment is being done. Loans and guarantees, if you are doing for banks, especially the firm or the individual making the loan or guarantee and the client, so both should be avoided. And a firm, an assurance team member or any other individual immediate family shall not accept any loan or a guarantee of the loan from an assurance client, or again a forensic client, that is a bank or a similar institutions, unless the loan is or a guarantee is made under normal lending procedures, terms and conditions. Based on the normal procedures, after going through all the procedures, it can be done. But in other circumstances, so any loan, in the mortgage or bank overdraft or car loan, any loan, even a firm also should not have any outstanding loan for the bank to whom the assignment is done. Basically, it will all have a interest which will be hindrance to the assignment, interest to the assignment being handled. Then business relationship. No business relationship should be had, or a close business relationship should not be there with an assurance claim, or its management might create self-interest. So I cannot have a relationship with the client himself with whom I am doing forensic, then I will make a biased opinion. Example of close business relationship, you can see having a financial interest in the joint venture with either the client or the controlling owner himself. Arrangements to combine or more services or products of the firm. Then distribution or marketing arrangements should not be there. So these examples are examples of close business relationships. And a firm and assurance team member also should not have a close business relationship. Not only the firm, also the assurance team who is engaging in the activity should not have any business relationship. This is very clearly explained in the Code of Ethics itself.
So can internal auditor or statutory auditor can do forensic audit of the same entity?
Internal auditor can do, sir. Internal auditor can do. Internal auditor can do, but he should be very clear in what, probably if he is going to do a forensic assignment, because he knows what are the loopholes there in the system. So he is a better person to do internal audit. But invariably, the company will not appoint an internal auditor, they will appoint an independent auditor only to do the forensic assignment. Because internal auditor knows most of the systems in place, and this forensic itself will come, accounting itself will come as a threat to him, because many things will be unfolded and will come as a, but there is no regulation he can do. But invariably, the company or the controlling authority will appoint independent auditor only to do the internal, to forensic accounting.
Relationship, there is a threat of.
No, it talks about other business relationship. It is not talking about, it's talking about financial interest, not business interest. So internal audit is only a engagement you are doing with the, it's not a financial interest. No, you are doing a service and for that you are getting paid.
Financial interest can be loss of job.
Sorry?
Financial interest can also be loss of his job.
Whose job?
The internal auditor.
No, it's a direct financial interest. It can be termed as indirect financial interest. That is why I am saying that though he can do as an additional service, the company will not call for him to do the audit, because he will be very, he will not come out with the exact truth of what has really happened. So better do an independent person to do the forensic is always better. I have done in most of the cases an independent forensic auditor. Then family and personal relationships. This also should not be there, because that will have some kind of interest due to which independence will be sacrificed. So family and personal relationships also should be avoided. Then recent services with an assurance claim. So if an assurance team member has recently served as a director or officer or employee of the assurance client, a self-interest is definitely is there, or a familiarity threat is there. So this kind of services with an assurance client should be avoided, and those firms should not do any forensic accounting job with the company, because the self-interest is developed. Self-interest is developed definitely. Other sections, if you see, if an assurance team member has recently served as a director, that we saw, the assurance team shall not include an individual who during the period covered by the assurance report had served as a director or officer of the assured client, was an employee in a position to exert significant influence over the subject matter information of the assurance engagement. For example, he was working there and has come and joined this firm. So that firm cannot take any forensic accounting of that particular company for the year, because he has recently come out of that company and he can greatly influence the company in distorting the records. An employment relationship and the assurance client might create self-interest. Familiarity or intimidation threat might be created if any of the following individuals, for example, a director or officer of the assurance client, an employee who is in a position to exert significant influence over the subject matter of the assurance engagement. So this also you need to be careful. And also an individual is an assurance engagement of a recurring nature. Over a long period of time, familiarity and self-interest will be created. And a familiarity threat might be created as a result of an individual long association with the assurance client senior management, not only the assurance client, the senior management also, the subject matter information of the assurance engagement himself. And a self-interest threat might be created as a result of individuals' concern about losing a long-standing assurance client, or of an interest in maintaining a close personal relationship with the member of the senior management. So in all these cases, the ethics says that better not involve that particular firm or the assurance member to do a forensic accounting in the company in which it is called for. So basically, these are the code of ethics not directly related to forensic accounting, which can be related to forensic accounting, because these are all the code of ethics given for the assurance engagement other than audit function and review engagements. So with this, we have come to a conclusion of today's presentation. Any questions you can ask?
The forensic audit can be done by non-CAs also.
Yes, it can be done, because there are a lot of foreign courses are available. Even a person who is qualified as a internal auditor in outside India also he can do. Who has done a forensic audit in certification outside India, anyone can do, but those people should have a requisite knowledge to do.
But if that standards which are discussed
Huh.
applicable only to chartered accountants?
No. Standard doesn't say chartered accountant, sir. Standard only says the qualification. Standard says.
In the series which you have discussed is
No, predominantly it will be, what,
who is conducting forensic
no, what it says is, if you see the skill and competence, skill and competence, it says a chartered accountant qualification supplemented with legal qualification or post qualification, certified courses are ideal. That is what it says. It doesn't say the chartered accountant only should do. A cost accountant who has done a CFE can also do a forensic audit. A person who is only done CFE can also do a forensic accounting job. A chartered accountant is qualification is a prerequisite to do. That's it.
But then what about these standards which you have discussed? Because these standards are prescribed by ICA.
For ICA, for members who are doing the forensic accounting.
Members, CA members. Or other than
It also, if others, if they come and do in India, they are bound by these standards because they are doing under ICA this thing only, because this, again it will go to the competent authority. They have to also bound by this, but it is basically this standards is only for chartered accountants.
only for chartered
Chartered accountants, because they are only doing the forensic audit and they are only getting themselves further qualifying themselves in doing the certification courses, CFEs. So predominantly it will be done by chartered accountants only, and it is bound. The standards are bound for the chartered accountants. Any other questions, sir? I hope I have lived up to the expectations of the members. If you have anything to be communicated, please let me know. So it will be a point for me to improve on my next presentation. Anything negative or anything, you can just you can let me know. Or if everything is fine, we can wind up. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure to introduce CA Venkatesa Prabhu sir. Is driven by a passion for uploading financial integrity and ensuring accountability. He has been practicing forensic auditor since 2016. As a chartered accountant with a forensic accounting and fraud detection certification from ICAI, possesses a deep understanding of accounting principle and fraud schema. He has extensive experience in diverse investigation, over 350 forensic audit. He led over 50 forensic audit involving cases existing 35,000 crores in value. He has a proven track record of uncovering fraud, leading to significant recoveries and corrective action. He has been specialized in uncovering employee fraud, vendor fraud, and other financial irregularities. He conducted extended to forensic audit relating to corporate insolvency resolution process cases, providing a critical insight into financial distress situation. He conducted forensic audit for banking and financial institution for bank loan cases, ensuring compliance with the RBI regulation and identifying a potential fraud. He has provided forensic accounting services to prominent law enforcement agencies, that is Enforcement Directorate, National Investigation Agency, Central Bureau of Investigation, Andhra Pradesh Crime Investigation Department, assisting in complex investigation. Thank you, sir, for your presence for today's topic. I request Vasudevan sir, CA Vasudevan sir, to present memento and short words.
already, I'm a partner of SIRC Associates. So already my profile has been explained by ma'am. And thank you one and all for your presence here today. So already our chartered accountant Kuppuraj sir has taken through that basic and standards on forensic accounting. So now I'll be taking you totally into the practical aspects. So I'm not going to discuss with you for the standards and all, because already he's an expert and he has taken it I also did the same. So I wish to explain you how I do the audit. It's not 2016 I did the forensic accounting. I started since my articleship with PK Sriram, which is Chennai based firm. From 2009 it is. My first case is for forensic accident. There was an accident happened, and due to which I became a forensic auditor. So from there my journey started, and till today almost 300 cases I handled from various things, including terrorism funding. You can say that he was saying no lucrative job. So to make it more masala, I just say that including terrorism funding also, we are chartered accountants helping the organizations like NIA, CBI, CID, everything to unearth all those frauds, and we are helping the nation, we are helping the corporates, we are helping the individuals who are victims and everyone. So first let me tell you about how to do the forensic audit. Yes, there is a standard and everything. Now what we have seen so far in the morning session, that's what's going to happen. But so I was talking about the forensic accounting and audit, all those things, right? So I just wanted to brief you on that before going into the session. Forensic accounting, forensic audit, both are different. Forensic accounting is somewhat, it's a broad scope. A part of it is forensic audit. How I just wanted to explain to you, forensic accounting involves like if you are appointed by the CBI or CAD, they will be asking you to provide a service where expert witness you have to provide, or you have to bring valuers, or you have to bring others experts like computer forensic experts. Those persons you have to bring into the your scope, and you have to tell them what is your objective and get the result from them, and add it at the same into your report and give them a finest finding where the court of law will accept your report. But related to the forensic audit, it will be very, very specific to a particular incident. Say suppose there is a suspect by a company, a corporate is suspecting one of the employee in purchase department. He will be handling say purchase orders and issue of purchase orders and other updation of vendor masters and all. So for the particular incident, particular employee, if you are doing the audit, that is only restricted to that particular incident, where you are not at all responsible for any other thing happening around the thing. So that's a difference between the forensic audit and the forensic accounting. This is I just wanted to give you briefly what is happening, not in a theoretical way. So this is what entire package is called forensic accounting. A particular direction to the particular incident called forensic audit. That's it. Otherwise, when you are doing forensic accounting, you must do forensic audit. Without forensic audit, you cannot complete this package. So this is the one thing I wanted to make it clear. So that's what we are talking about here. Forensic, what is forensic accounting and what is the other things and all. So mainly forensic accounting is to provide a conclusive evidence. And again saying, just remember it, conclusive evidence that is admissible to the court. Mark the word admissible to the court. We may see that some voice recordings we will be having, some images we will be having, where others WhatsApp chats and all, we will be taking photos and all, we will be providing that as evidence. Those things will not be accepted by the court of law, because 65B section, Information System Evidence Act 65B clearly states what is exactly to be presented in the court of law. Okay, so a permission to be needed before voice recording. Rare cases where at large public interest are lying, those cases only without consent of the other person's voice consent, you can take up those as evidence to the court. And again, it is a judge's discretionary power. So this is, I just wanted to tell you, Why? Because when we are doing a forensic audit, you are going to point out, it's not like a statutory audit, it's not like internal audit. You are going to show the hand like this and tell him that he is the fraudster and he did this. Okay? So in that case, you cannot, just like that he is the fraudster, you cannot say that. Why? You are eligible to say, you hold that experience, you know what is admissible evidence, and you are very much capable of doing that. So, as you said, everyone knows now when you are showing the one finger to them, 3 fingers are towards you. So what are the 3 fingers? That you are eligible, capable, and you are matured enough to show them what is the admissible evidence. So this is what I wanted to say it very clearly, because when we are doing the forensic assignments, most of the times we will forget this. We will take the evidence in pen drive or something else and we will say this is the transaction I found out, and even my article assistant or my teammates, they are also doing the same. So that's why the proof is to be admissible to the court. We should know what is Information System Act and Indian Evidence Act to understand what is the admissible proof. So with this brief, I want to move to the further this thing. So I was talking about the definition of forensic accounting and the forensic audit. Now we will move to the what are the areas we can apply these forensic accounting principles. Okay. This is financial frauds and economic offences. We all know, as in economic offences we are seeing on a daily basis. Nowadays it's all NPA cases are going into the economic offences investigation now, irrespective of the size of the thing. Earlier it was more than 5 crore by RBI. Any loans or NPA districts. Now it is not like that. Even more than 1 crore also banks are going for a compulsory bank, private banks, public banks, everybody is going for a forensic audit. More than 1 crore is being audited as per forensic principles. Then tracking diversion of monies by bank frauds or bank fees, that's what I was explaining. Tracing illegal funding and all. So tracing illegal funding, not just NGOs, even for individual cases like I was referring to terrorism funding and all those things. So even in those cases also, illegal transactions and all, we are tracing, we are helping. There are chartered accountants helping NIA and other agencies, intelligence bureau and everybody, they are helping them, and we are serving the country in that angle also. Next is money laundering cases. I no need to explain because we all know what is money laundering, anti-money laundering courses are available and all these things. Then vigilance and tax evasion. Vigilance is for anti-corruption. ACB will be there. Like how we are having a banking cell in CBI or CAD, we will be having each company, each public sector, as well as there is a separate section in CBI or in CAD investigations. Vigilance cells will be there. This is wholly against the public servants who are involved in illegal activities like bribery and then commission, etc., etc. In these cases also, here in vigilance also, we have a lot of opportunities to provide our services. Anti-corruption cases, that's what I was explaining. And business frauds. Business frauds is corporate frauds, like vendor frauds or employee frauds, all those things. To investigate that, we must be a chartered accountant possessing the CFE or FAFD degree. Next is partnership or corporate disputes. Earlier session, Sir was explaining about the arbitrations and all. No? So the same thing. We always think that forensic accountant means, or forensic auditor means we are there to find a fraudster. We are like, in cinemas we are holding the gun and going and finding out the criminals. Not like that. We are fact finders. So that's what, whenever the definition comes, we will be saying that, we will always be saying that we have to find the fact. We are not here to find the fraudster. We have to understand that. Yes, on the process we have to find out the fraudster, but we have to understand the thing that we have to find the fact, that is whether it's a fraud or not. And in arbitration kind of these things and all, when we are doing helping the mediator, we should understand that we have to tell them this is the fact, or suppose some interest calculation mismatches between the banker and the customer, we have to tell this is the interest rate or this is the floating rate which was having effect on all those things. For these kind of assignments also, we will be providing our services. So these are all things happening. Anybody is here who is doing the forensic audits and arbitrations? so they can. So I just wanted to give you a brief that as a forensic auditor, you will not be acting like a police. Okay, you are there to tell law agencies, corporates, employees, public, everybody what is fact. That's what your role. To be more precisely said, this is what your role. So hope I'm clear. Okay, next. So I was telling you, this is the latest dimension of our forensic accounting field, where we have two kind of engagements, where one is reactive and proactive. We all know about reactive things. Okay, that's what I was explaining. Everybody was thinking about after whatever the fraud happened, we have to investigate and we have to unearth the fraud. Not like that. We have another set of engagements where we can people. We all know that SOX, no, that Sarbanes-Oxley Act. The Act specifically says a walkthrough to be conducted for the fraud risk. Whatever the fraud risk are identified, means is there a mitigation or is there a control exist? All those things to be tested by one forensic accountant. That assignments we are doing, even including our internal financial reporting framework audits also. We will be having fraud risk, where experts like FAFD persons and all can provide their services to check what is the fraud risk existing and is the control existing properly or not, effective or efficiently working or not. These things can be tested by, and these kind of services can be provided by FAFDs. So moving to the next thing. Now I just wanted to explain you how this forensic audit to be first taken and how we have to approach at all those things. Okay. So so where to start? As usual is how we will start. We will do a planning and we will do a analysis, and after that we will go for a draft report, and then there is a evidence presentation. That's a final signed report. This is the exact whatever we will do in internal audit or statutory audit. Same we will be doing it here also. But here the thing is, when we are doing a planning, first we will be receiving engagement letter. Already engagement letter is explained by Kuppuraj sir, so I am referring to that. Once we receive the engagement letter, we have to understand what is the objective of the person appointing us, what he wants exactly. Okay, he will say that this fellow is stolen all my money, this fellow is a cheating person, he is only corrupted fellow, all those things he will say. Because exaggerate, he met losses, the company met losses, they want to blame somebody. So you have to be in that mind. You should not think the person giving you the assignment is a genuine guy, or the one who is been accused is a wrong guy. No, not like that. You have to be unbiased. Go there with blank mind. I know this is all theoretical thing, but this is what you have to do in a practical scenario. So before planning, just receive the engagement letter, see the objective, the scope of the audit, and then take out each and every scope and just read it. Say suppose I am taking the engagement letter, it says that first point is sales is there. In the sales he is telling that there are a lot of invoices are there which is in the credit, but it was all the cash was received. So I think this cashier has looted all my money. This is the assignment he is giving it to you. Say ABC Limited is giving it to you. So now you cannot think that okay, this much quantification they had done and we can just go and take those invoices and say this is no, not like that. You have to prove from every angle that he is the fraudster or this fraud is not happened. So how you will be doing? First planning, you have to go with the hypothesis. Already covered by Kuppuraj sir also, but I just wanted to give you some brief on that. Hypothesis is like, my scope is invoices is raised but collection not happened. So he feels that this cashier has looted the money. But instead of, so now I have to form a hypothesis that a possible risk of taking away the money by the cashier. So this is the hypothesis. So for this, what are the documents to prove this? What are the documents I have to take it off? I have to see what are the invoices available with the, so far what the period the cashier was working, what are the invoices raised, first thing. So second, in my planning document I have to write what are the others. So this is the documents I record, the collection register, bank statement, after that what is the invoices raised by this fellow, all these things I will be asking as a documents. So first thing you have to decide what is the document to be used. Second, what are the analysis you have to do for the forensic from a forensic angle. First, you have to understand his nature of the person's real nature. So, so how we will start is, the person's real nature we have to understand. I am talking about the strategies now. First planning. In planning, first documents, what are the documents to be received. Second, in that what are the strategies to be formed. Under the strategy, we have to first write down what is the accused person and his nature. Second is, and then in methodology, in the second itself, strategy itself, we have to write down what are all the particular analysis we have to, like Benford law and all those things, no? Those kind of tools or data analysis, how to use. Those things also we have to document. And then third one is methodology. This is from the strategy, we are going for a methodology where physical verification to be done. After that, what is the analysis or pivot table and all those things to be done. So all those things we will be writing. And then team choosing. Here, when there is a separate software is used, we have to understand what is the application. Suppose if any computer, the person who knows computer well, we have to appoint them some engineers and all. So those kind of team forming we have to do it. So this is how a planning document should be. The planning document should always be ready for change. If anybody wants to, if suppose we are going forward, we are unearthing some more frauds or some irregularities, we have to add that also into the planning document and change the planning document accordingly. So this is how first we have to prepare the planning document as per all these four things. That is for approach, that is forming the hypothesis. After that, strategy. After that, what is the methodology we are going to do for that, and then we have to plan our team choosing. Then comes the analysis part. So once our planning is done, so we are moving for the analysis part. Like usually we will be doing like in every cases when there is a payment or receipts, we will be going for the Benford law analysis. We all know this is a totally different tool. The time will not permit, but you can search in the Google that Benford law is something like it will give a precise result, at least somewhat 70% it will give where exactly the problem exists. Then if there is a financial statement, the model called M-score. There is a M-score model. It is also available in the open source. You can refer to that. That also will give you what is exactly to be done for the analysis and evaluation of financial statement. So these things only we will be starting with.
Can you repeat on them, sir? Can you just throw light out 1 minute on each of these? Benford's law and
Benford law and M-score.
But M-score, what is the critical, do you have any selective set of database, 500 lines, 1000 lines, 10,000 lines, 1 lakh lines?
No, line items we don't restrict, but any repeated like a rent payment or a salary payment, those things we will be removing from the payment register. We will not keep this kind of analytical tools will work only on the irregular payments. So this is non-repetitive payments. So we will be starting with any forensic auditor will do this. We will be having idea or some OS forensic tool. We will be providing the data, inputting the data to the tool, and we will be saying these are the transactions to be removed for the Benford law analysis. So balance all those things. So when it is about the repetitive payments, we don't have a choice. We have to go for a manual verification. One by one, we have to take a sample and cross verify with all the records available and check whether is it as per the whatever agreed terms or not. So this is.
So as far as the Benford law is concerned, the repetitive transactions are
not possible. This is Benford law is only for the non-repetitives. And for the M score?
The M score, yeah.
M score is basically it is a tool for analysis of financial statements. Like there is a bucket, we can say slab, -2 to +2. Anything beyond -2, anything beyond +2 is like something wrong edges. Like depreciation should be that much. Say if we are calculating about 15% depreciation every year, it should be 15% only. If it is more, then there is a problem with it. So all these indicators will be given in the M score. So it's a detailed one. Excel tools and everything is available. If you feed all the current assets, current liabilities, equity, whatever the shareholders funds, everything, if you feed into the Excel sheet, it will throw you what are the important area you have to look for it. So this is the basic tools. As a forensic auditor, we will be taking care of it. So apart from that analysis, we will be doing pivot analysis also, that all the basic things. Then these are all internal auditors, everybody will be doing, but what forensic audit will do differently. So when we take up the forensic assignments, we go to the field. Just I want to give an example in this, because for this particular scenario, what is analysis, what is evaluation, to provide more light onto that. We did all this analysis. Okay, in one of the cases, say XYZ Limited, I don't want to state the case here due to the confidentiality. So what happened? This is my team leader's case, not my case. I just wanted to give you for the knowledge purpose. It is a coal managing company. So it has been loaded. All the vehicles, the trailers are loaded with the coal, and they are taking into the yard. So this is the process regularly happening. But whatever the tonnage payment that is made for trailers freight is not matching with the what is the stock available in the yard, means after reconciliation. So we did all our team has done all of the things, all the analysis, this Benford, everything has happened. Everywhere it is coming green. We call this a green flag. Everywhere it is clean. Nothing was there. So what my team leader did, he went to the field. So this is the forensic auditor. He went to the field and he was standing for 2 days, 3 days there itself. In the entire field he was watching how it is happening, how is loading, where the loading was happening, where the unloading was happening. In both the places he was there. He saw very peculiar movement of vehicles. Like the vehicle is going and standing in the weighbridge strip, and then there is another vehicle coming and just touching the end of the weighbridge we all have seen, right? The vehicle will go and will touch, the one wheel will touch that, due to which at least 110 or 210 will increase. And you know, right, the coal handling is like per day 5,000 vehicles, 6,000 vehicles will be there. It's not so think about 5,000 tons payment per day, like 2,500 rupees per ton. So think about the volume over a year if it is done. So how much cost the company incurred with for not even receiving even single rupee of services. So this is the volume of transaction. But why I want to say is, as a forensic auditor, what exactly you have to do? You should not be sticking only to the analysis. Yes, analysis only is our first bread and butter. You have to do that. You don't have any option. When any time the forensic auditors are given the scope, they will ask you to choose like that. Choose anyone. You have only one option. You don't have other option. So somehow you have to find out the fraud. So I just wanted to say, the common sense we have to apply here is, the percentage is very huge. You cannot stick to the data analysis. You cannot say that yes, there is an invoice, yes it is available, GST is charged, date is available, name is available, GST number is matching, VAT number is matching, tick, 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 no tick. Tick is over here, it has already routed all the money, so you have to find out where it has come. So these kind of things you have to do. So immediately we reported this particular incident, and after that when we came to this thing and we reconciled with all the vehicles, then we found out a trend where a particular vendor's vehicle only was doing these kind of these kind of activity, illegal activities. Okay, so this is how, as an analysis part or evaluation part, we have to carry as a forensic auditor. Just I wanted to explain further. So we are going further. So I was telling you why data analysis is required. Okay, so you can see this image, right? Okay. Just count the crosses. How many crosses are there? It's little difficult, right? So why we need data analytics? Because of this. It presents every information in a bucket form. We all know, right? You cannot just Sir was telling that whether repetitive payments or non-repetitive payments, where if everything is in the same junk, same Excel sheet, you cannot do anything. Even Benfordla will throw you all wrong results. So you have to bifurcate, you have to do the data analytics, you have to do a data formatting, data mining, everything you have to do, present in a readable format, proper information, so that you will get what you want. Understood, sir? Any questions, sir? Any question? No? We'll move on. Here comes the important thing, sir. So this is the draft report. So I'm telling you, I just wanted to tell you that you are responsible for your report. You cannot escape from that. Keep it in mind. If you are a forensic auditor, you are in danger more than what statutory auditor has. If it is unproved, then it will have backlash for your career. I'm just telling you how careful you should be in. I'm not threatening or something. I'm just telling you how careful you should be as a forensic auditor. You are going to, one person's life, you are going to spoil it, because once he has been told that he is a fraudster as per your report, there will be a case filed in CBI, or if it is 25 lakh and more, it will be filed with the CBI. If it is 25 lakh less or more than 10 lakhs, it will be filed with the local police station. So anyway, he will be marked as accused. Okay, suppose if any information is wrong in your report, if anything, not even a single information is wrong in your report, it will be having a good defense for him in front of the court, and with that information only, if the entire report is 99% of the report is correct, only 1% of the information is wrong, then the report will be having a very good defense for the accused. So be very, very careful about your report writing in the forensic audit. Whatever, as much as possible, try to write down only the facts, not your opinions in the forensic audit. That's what Kuppuraj sir also telling with the standards and all. You are not here to write your opinion. You are here to write about fact. From the fact, you have to derive the opinion. Your opinion should be supported by 100% fact. So, preparing the draft report, first, what is the fraud committed and fraud detection methodology and findings of the intended usage, findings from the expert evidence angle for court or tribunals, etc. So, fraud committed, that is your scope. On all your engagement letter, you will be receiving your scope, what is to be done and all, that is your fraud committed. So, second thing is fraud detection methodology. That's what we are, whatever technology tools we have used, that we have to provide it in there. The third part of the report, we have to say findings for the intended usage. The findings is nothing but your observations. What are the observations you have made, and what is the quantifications you have made so far, and who is the person committed this fraud should be mentioned there. Then the last one is findings from the expert evidence angle for the court. Suppose if you are using, say, suppose some architects or some civil engineers you are using, or some from the medical industry, means some chemical experts, or drugs, means if a drug manufacturing company is there, you have to use some chemical engineers and all. So all those reports are, you have to take it into your report, and references to be given there. So this is how a draft report will be. And the further discussions with the team who is providing assignment to you, you have to review with them, you have to explain them what it is. After that, who is to be accused as per your report, he should be given a natural justice of providing an opportunity. You all hear that providing an opportunity to be heard, right? So you have to give him enough time, at least 7 days time, as per the latest Supreme Court law, Supreme Court case, that at least a 7 days time to be given for him to explain what it is, what are the transaction and how it happened, and all those things to be done. So his comments also to be incorporated in your final report. So this final report should be exactly, you should justify what is your finding with all the facts and what is the comments received from the accused and what is the comments received from the person appointed you. All those things to be presented in the report properly, and you have to give your in your executive summary you have to say that this is my conclusion. So this is what the forensic audit report to be prepared. So we started with what is the planning to be done. That is, once you receive the engagement letter, you are going to do the planning. That is what is the team size, what is the methodology we have to use, how we have to form the hypothesis. All those things we have seen. With the planning document, you are going for analysis and evaluation. After that, you are preparing the provisional or draft report, and the provisional and draft report you are discussing with the person appointed you, as well as you are giving an opportunity to the person you are accusing. So all these things to be done. After that, the final step, you will be preparing your final report, signed report with the evidences as exhibits or attachments to the report. So this is how we will be approaching as a forensic auditor. Sir, any doubt in this, sir? Anything you want to discuss to this? Can we move on next? So these are some. Is it visible, sir? This is IBS scope for this thing. Mostly, whatever the assignments we are doing, this will be the common scope given by IBA. This is first end user funds. We have given the bank or financial institution or somebody, the investor has given some money. What happened to that money? That answer is expected from the forensic auditor. That is end user funds. After that, the financial statement is having revenue and receivables. The person who is the person who is appointing you will expect you to analyze revenue and variables. So I'm just reading out verification of revenue from operations including sales orders, invoices and controls in the billing process, obtaining confirmation wherever necessary and verifying the genuineness, reconciliation with the tax returns. So you can, just it's one single scope from the revenue and receivables point of view. You can see how elaborately it is written, what are the expectations from you. So they are asking you to verify from the third party reconciliations and the tax returns, and then whatever the documents provided to you, is it genuine or not, all those things you have to do it. This is a scope given by IBA. Here, I'm just moving on to the further this thing. I'll take you inputs from you also. The major concern for the forensic auditors are what is the data to be collected to complete the exercise. Okay. Say for example, purchase is there. There is a fraud identified by the company in the purchase. So what are the data important for identifying the fraud in means generally as a fraud risk factors? What are the data you require for fraud investigation? Say for purchase orders. So first you have to understand what is the process. That is a SOP document. You have to collect the SOP document. After that, purchase orders. Anything else? Invoices. These are the common documents only I am talking. Sir? Yes, exactly. All those expenses. I'll just explain you how to analyze it. Just I want to know what are the documents to be from you. Vendor master, yes ma'am, exactly. So say suppose we have vendor master and all the expenses whatever sir said it is available with us, and then we have purchase orders, and then we have our SOP. So now we have to correlate all those things. So in my earlier example, there is a freight charges paid for purchase. So we have to correlate this with what is our purchase. Okay, both has a equivalent weight. It should not be like this or like this. Okay, if anything which is not equivalent to the other expenses, we have to do a thorough verification on this. Okay, so this document identification is very important first step. That's what I was explaining in the methodology, the planning these things. The third thing we are saying is how we are analyzing it. So these are all the example cases. I'm already approach I have explained you. I'm just giving you now an example cases how we are identifying all these things. So we are finished with the approach part. That's the first part of the thing. Hereafter we will be discussing all the case laws only. So before that, I just wanted to, any questions or anything you want to explain in the methodology or something? Anything you want more explanations how we or I can present you on sample forensic audit report also, how it is and all. Can you go? How? Sir, not. Okay. You want the simple illustration how we will be taking up the forensic? Okay.
Employee committed a fraud. He's a regular traveler, frequent traveler. There is a suspicion that he has claimed excess money during his travel. So there is a suspicion we have to investigate. Just maybe checking.
Okay. So my call. So in this case, the scope is particular employee. Am I audible, sir? Particular employee committed it is alleged that the particular employee committed a fraud of claiming excess funds while traveling. This is the case, right? So first planning, sir. In planning for this particular scope, what is the documents to be collected from the our appointing authority? That is his personal details, KYC. We will be taking it, and his laptop. I'm just going with the. What is the practical approach? I'm not referring to any of the theoretical reasoning. Audible, sir? Yeah. So practically, once we receive the engagement letter, we will look into the what is the exact suspect it has been found out, and based on that, we will define what are the documents to be collected. That is first. We will see what is his personal details, because this is very specific to one employee. As a forensic auditor, I want to know his privacy. It should not be disclosed in your report, but I must know what is his privacy. That is like, is he a gambler, or is he having any pressure from the family side, or suppose if there is an insurance claim, all those things we have to establish that he is having some pressure or he is having habit of gambling or some other bad habits where he needs money. So this should be established. Why this should be? Why we want these details? How we will get these details is we will take up all his laptops and whatever, because all these days the official laptops are used for. Sometimes it is used for personal reasons also. We will ask the person to go for a leave, and we will take his official phone and official laptop, and we will provide it to our computer forensic analyst. They will be taking analysis of SQL. First step, this is only SQL analysis, structured query language. It will be there. That we are using OS forensics or IDEA. where that will extract first. They will extract all the data, whatever deleted, whatever available. From there, whatever the keyword we are giving it to the computer forensic analyst, he will extract those data and give it to us. All the PDF files, Word files, anything contains that particular emails or chats, whatever contains that particular keywords, he will be giving it to us. This is the first step. But before that, how we will be giving a keywords is like, we will understand his nature, his business, and then what he's been, what is the role of him, and then suppose so much of claim he is taking it out, what are the other expenses he would have done with that, all are his bank accounts, personal bank account will be there, because if there is a personal bank account saved in his system, we will be able to extract that, and we will be able to see that these are all the transfers going there, or he is spending some money for these kind of activities. All those things we will be able to extract. So these kind of keywords, and we will be giving it to the SQL. They will give evidences for those things, and then as a forensic auditor, I will be looking into all those documents, whatever extracted from the SQL for those keywords. All those documents I will be verifying thoroughly, and 90% we will find cases from them. Means you asked for an employee case. From employee case angle, this is how we will be doing from the personal laptop and these things. And apart from that, as a forensic auditor, I have to cover everything. So I will be doing an analytical part also. Whatever his expenses, what is his claims, and documents submitted by him. Those documents submitted by him, we will be analyzing all those. From the forensic angle, like what is the date, is there anything mismatch is available, or suppose any contact number is there for the vendor, provided say suppose train booking and all those things, we will try to get the PNR number. If it is very recent travel, we will see whether he has travelled or not. All those things we will be doing. Even flight tickets also like that. We can cancel it. We can just book and cancel it. Whether the company is having a policy of taking boarding pass or not. So these things we will be checking it. After that, hotel bills and everything we will be verifying. This is the verification whatever we will be doing in the internal audit angle. Apart from that, we will be digging into his personal matters to understand whether he has taken the money for some kind of these things or not. So this is how we will be analyzing it. After that, we will prepare a report. In these kind of assignments, first we will be explaining the report, what is his role and what is the amount involved in this matter, the total transactions, and in that how much fraud amount we have identified. After that, an explanatory statement of how the modus operandi, we will call it as a modus operandi, and we will be explaining that modus operandi. On final these things, we will provide the exhibits, like we are from the computer assistant SQL, these things we have taken, these are the evidences. After that, we will be providing what are the bills which is not in the nature of the right thing. All those things we will be presenting in the report, and we will be concluding it. But before that, one interview we will be conducting with the suspected employee and his immediate boss to understand first to the immediate boss what is his nature and why he has allowed to do all these things. Okay, we will be asking him, and we will be incorporating, including those comments also. After that, a final interview will be held with the suspected employee, and then we will be presenting all our findings without hesitation, without any hiding things. We will be presenting all our observations to him. We will be cornering, we will be trying to corner him. That's a separate story. Interview is a separate story, because you have to prepare a lot. All the question is, we have to prepare a questionnaire based on whatever the findings we had. I was referring to the personal nature, I was referring to the financials and his roles, everything. No? With all those things, we will prepare a questionnaire, and we will ask him to answer it. It will be very polite interview. It's not like an interrogation. So that's why we call it as interview. He has to answer all those questions. Finally, we will ask him to sign it. We will also sign it. One copy will be provided to him. So this is how the procedures will be done. And one more thing just to add, we will be taking one form from the competent authority, the appointing authority, to take up his personal, this official laptops and all those things. Whatever belonging to him as an employee, before taking it, we will be taking a letter from the appointing authority that we are having the right to investigate all these things. Okay. So that one letter will be taking it. So this is how the entire forensic audit will be doing. Okay, sir?
I have one question.
Yes, yes, sir.
If the data wise is password protected, then how do you?
We can crack it, sir. We can crack it. Correct. That we cannot explain it, sir. Tools are there. I was telling no OS forensics that can tally. We all know, everybody, even our articles will crack it, sir. You know very well. But other things like SAP data and all, you cannot do anything. You cannot tamper Oracle, and you need a permission from the corporate itself, which they will be giving. For the personal laptops and all, it's not except the bank statement. Those bank statement, if it is available in an unprotected form, then you can. Otherwise, those bank statement of personal nature cannot be, which we will be asking to open in with the permission of the accused only in the interview. Once we have taken it, we will be asking him to open in the interview itself. Those times only, the interview will be going for 2 days or 3 days time. So this is how we will be. Any question? No? Nobody will cooperate. No? When you are saying you are a criminal, you will not cooperate, I will not cooperate. That is a challenge of forensic. No? That's there, ma'am.
So nobody will give information also.
Ma'am, that's what I was telling. Data from all the time. You will never get in almost 90% of my audit, including employee fraud, which I was appointed by corporates. The corporate in themselves, they will not give the data. Forget about the employee. So this is the forensic auditor. So I can say that if you are a statutory auditor, they will place a gold plate in front of you, put everything there so that you will not be able to work. If you are internal auditor, you will have a silver plate. Slowly they will put, make sure that in the last minute only you will get everything. But if you are a forensic auditor, you are not allowed to, you will not be allowed to be even the security person also. So this is how the things will be there. But you have to come as a professional, that's a challenge you have to accept, and you have to get the data. Some things you cannot officially declare because we have standards there. Otherwise, you will know, once you are into the forensic field, you will know how to get the data. Most of the time, interview itself, we will be cracking them. Sir asked to know how we will be. So, interview is the best part where we will be cracking it. Definitely he will say, because the question what we are preparing based on all our analysis, we will be cornering him. The three-way corner we will say. The purpose, the quantity with the evidences. So if you are putting all those three things together and we are bringing him to the trap, definitely he will open his mouth, and that is where you will be having all the evidences.
It's like a Shivaji movie interview.
Exactly, sir. All the forensics are like that. Whatever we are studying, sir, this is just like that. Okay, this much only you have to do. You have to see this, and that. Not like that. It's, almost 300 forensics, sir. Every time it is very difficult. Sir? Sir, not able to.
Lawyers will be present.
Ma'am?
Lawyers will be present.
No need. FAFD. CFE or FAFD. Lawyers will come as a last result. Your HR will be there. Company's HR will be there. He is having the right to.
The person who is getting interviewed, will he be lawyered up or how?
He can bring lawyer. He can bring his advocates. He has the right. But it's not an interrogation, so they won't usually, because they have the right to stay calm.
Whether companies allow not
Sorry, sir?
whether companies allow lawyers to accompany the employees?
No, sir. Usually not.
Normally they don't.
Normally, 100% they won't. Because he will not be informed this as a forensic audit. So it's a questionnaire. As a part of employment, if the company asks you to answer these questions, you have to. Means they are not, these interview questions will have no personal these things. Everything related to, we will try to find out everything related to the company and how he has embezzled the funds, and we will be having the evidences. When we are doing the SQL searches, there itself we will be finding the enough evidences. With that, and even our internal audit also will be able to find out what is the bill submitted by the employees. By seeing itself, it's in our blood. We can say that all the chartered accountants' blood, it is there. But by seeing itself, we can say that this is the fraud. I cannot say this is intuition. This is our knowledge. That's what we are trained to know. So all these evidences he has to answer. We will be cornering them. He will be knowing at the end of the time. He will be knowing, okay, he's been cornered. But he will have his own defense after once the employee is been fired. Case is filed with the respective law authorities. He will be having his own defense system.
The volume of data is high.
Volume of data.
Volume of data is high. Transaction.
I have another case study, sir.
Have any tools used to determine fraud?
I have another case for this. I'll be explaining you the same question.
Sir, should fraud triangle be proved?
Sorry?
Fraud triangle, that is the motive.
Pressure.
Should it be proved?
Not like this. Fraud triangle is to make you understand as a forensic auditor. That is, we have 6 tools where accounting is there, no? That debit what comes in all. Like that, it's a base for us. Without these, the opportunity or rationalization, motive and all, without these 3 things, no fraud will happen. That's what I was telling. The first step is, if there is a individual involved, like what employee sir was telling, the first step is to understand the rationalization, what justification or pressure he has.
Your report consists that
it won't.
Points.
Report will have what is the fraud, how the fraud was committed, that is what is the lacuna in the system.
Like a modus operandi.
Yes. Report will have only these things, quantifications to the extent possible and all those things. These things will not be explained in the report. You cannot touch on the privacy of the persons. Even if he is accused with the 100% evidence, you cannot touch on his privacy part. Many, just for the unofficial purposes, how we will be doing it, we will be trying to see whether he is a gambler, or he is a womanizer, or he is having some other bad habits. That's the first step we will be trying to understand by talking to him. Even before all this interview, even before everything happens, we will try to go friendly with him, because we will be introduced as a transaction auditor in most of the cases. To give a kind of a business re-engineering, something we will be calling. Whatever comes into our mind at the time, we will say that this is the assignment, and one fake engagement letter will be prepared by the signed by that board of directors and everybody. They will be giving. We will be presenting it to the accused person only. We will be going and be very friend with. Because on the last minute, you cannot go and crack that fellow, no? He'll be trying to hide everything, no? So before that, we will do all other exercises. 1 month, maximum 1 month time will be there. First 10 days, 15 days, we will understand everything from his mouth only, and then we will catch hold of it.
I have a doubt.
Yes.
All of these process whichever you said now can be happening in the case of the appointment is from the corporate. What if the appointment is from the court or NCLT? Will still that this guy can happen, or you have to go as a person appointed by the court?
Except totally different scenario. There you don't need to be worried about the data, because when you are appointed with the court of law, you will get everything in your table.
Okay, in that case, what do we have to go back and then verify whether whatever the details that the person is giving is true, or should we?
You have to. Even if it is submitted, given by the court also, you have to verify whether it is genuine or not. Because the collection process of evidence in court, see how we will be doing. Once we are going for the search operations, along with the CBI and CAD, we will be collecting everything, whatever available in the, suppose some HR section is there or accounting section is there, we will go inside, we will take all the hard disk with the witnesses and everybody only. We will take all the documents along with us, and then we will get a sign in the Panchanama. And this will be stamped as a collected by the IO and then witnessed by 2 banking officials. Usually this is what will happen. And we will be submitting it to the court. So ultimately, if you see, there will be a fraudulent document along with these things also. No? So we have to verify, even if it is submitted by court also, we have to 100% we have to verify the genuinity of the document.
And another one, you said that we have to give a first draft report and give the opportunity for the person
yes.
also, and then the final report along with the supporting data. So during the draft report, if the accused or the corporate or whoever the appointee is, if they are asking for us the supporting data for them to verify, are we obliged to give the supporting data at that point of time?
Yes. You cannot deny that request. That's a defense available to the...
Thank you.
How you choose the teams?
How?
You choose the team from the auditors?
Ma'am, usually we will be having a team of 3 to 5 persons. Okay, one will be who is having experience in computers and then one definitely from FAFD or CFE. That's mandatory. The partner will be holding the FAFD or CFE things. And then usually if you are taking say hospital industry and all, who is having experience in the field, we will be taking one and one audit assistant. So this is the team will be formed.
Will the confidentiality NDA will be signed from?
That is the responsibility of the auditor. Whatever your steps you are taking to protect the data in the statutory audit and internal audit, same things you have to do it here. That's an inherent risk in the audit. Ultimately you have to relay the person, but you have to take control of the data leakage also. Any other question? Shall we go to the next session? One forensic report, what I prepared, I have hidden all the information, important information. I'll just show you that how we'll be preparing the forensic report. First, index will not be there. Before that, your firm details and UDN, space for UDN and everything will be there. Second, index. And this is very important, notice to the reader. So for each cases, a different notice will be there, where you have to first thing, you have to mention what is the purpose this forensic audit report can be used. Who can use? And then, what is your responsibility as a forensic auditor? All these things you have to say upfront. That should be your first section of the report. Then engagement overview. Here you have to. This is the format we are following. Our firm follows. Basically, these details only will be included in everywhere. In every firm, who are doing the forensic assignments, these are the basic details will be there. So engagement overview, that is who appointed you and what date, what is the engagement letter says and everything. And borrowers overview. This is IRP cases, that's actually bank cases. So I have given a title called the borrower overview. When there is a employee fraud involved or vendor fraud involved, you got to say vendor overview or employee overview. It will change according to the assignment. And scope, work status and limitations. Limitations, it will be there for always for the forensic audit. And audit methodology, this is a common methodology we follow, that we have depicted it. You have to write down for each of the assignments what is the method you are following, you have to write down it very clear. And then you have to give the scope what is available in the engagement letter. Then here comes the limitations. First of all, you have to understand one thing. Not only for your observations, even for your limitations also, you should be having the proper evidences. It is expected from you that when you are saying this person is not cooperating to me, like ma'am was saying, referring that if the person is not giving the data, what should I do? Then you have to send an email to him, you have to connect him over the call, or you have to take his non-cooperation, the writing, some writing format, some evidences you have to collect and you have to attach it. That is your limitation, that you have to attach it. In forensics, usually around some 30% of the report, we will give a non-cooperation report. That is also like committing a fraud only. Means it will be also seen as a criminal activity. If he has to if his duty is bound to give a data to us, and if he is not giving it to us, even with the position of the data, that is a problem for him. That is also kind of criminal activity only. So you have to report it. Ma'am, I just answered your question. So we will be concluding that on. So limitations also, you have to have the evidences. Then source of information. This is very important. You have to explain what is the information you gathered and what is the source. You cannot say that I went for the physical verification, I found registers, I found hard disk, I just took it, came to my office, plugged in, I worked it, and this is the evidence. They will say you are not a forensic auditor. They will say you are not a chartered accountant also. Everything you have to take it as much as possible through email. I know the file size will be very large. Try to take it from the OneDrive or something. I'm just telling you a practical aspect. It's not the theoretical one, but practically how to protect you. Try to take electronically through official email of the person who has the right to send the data. Means you cannot say that X person sent the data to me. This is not a forensic auditor's way of doing the work. You have to take the data from the owner of the data. In this case, we will be taking the data from the corporate. Say for your cases, we will be taking from the corporate that all the hard disk and everything. So the source of information should be acceptable by law. Otherwise, your case will not stand. Then you have to provide an executive summary. Most of the sessions when I attend, they will be asking a question that whether we have to declare a fraud or not. So I used to answer that you must, whether it is a fraud or not, you have to say it in your report. Because you are a forensic auditor and you are capable of doing that. A doctor cannot say that when he is doing a postmortem, how he died, he has to give the evidences. He cannot give say that it may like that, nothing. If something is going in that way, you have to provide it in the limitation. You have to say very clearly why you are saying that way. So you understand. So executive summary, you have to give what happened and with the proper observations, like how we have given particular standard that the A, B, C, D, E. We have explained in a one-liner or two-liner what is the fraud and what is the amount involved in it. Then comes the detailed observations. This is for a case we did for bank loan purpose. So always bank loan cases only we will be getting, and in that you have to say the reasons for NPA. That's the first thing you have to address. How much receipts came to the current account or whatever the account may maintaining, how much payments done, that summary plus reasons for NPA. This is a mandatory, means it's not written anywhere, but in the field, if you are in the field, you will know that this is a mandatory thing, you have to provide it to the bank. Secondly, you will be addressing all your observations. In executive summary, we will be making it very clear that this is a fraud or this is not fraud. But when it comes to the detailed observations, we will be playing little with our safeguard purpose also. You can read that the potential diversion. We will not say diversion of funds. So just keep it in your mind when you are doing this assignment. You have to take some safeguards also in your detailed observation, so that you can say that you have to not only you have to read the executive summary, you should go to my detailed observations and try to understand that also. So these things you have to take care of it. In detailed observations, you have to first say the observation part, after that facts to support. Every fact. It's like I came inside, okay, I'm talking here, that's observation. But when you are writing in the report, you have to say, I got down from the 29B bus, I crossed the park and I entered the gate, I made security, I asked where is the Brahmaya Mall, I took steps and almost 100 steps I crossed. After that I came to this gate and I opened the gate, I entered inside the hall, I was sitting there, ma'am was calling me, I sat there. I'm just telling you how to write this facts to support. This is what expected from you as a admissible evidence in the court. You are getting my point, right? When this is about the facts to the case, you are going to tell to a computer what to do. So the coding system, how they will write each and everything they will write, right? Same like you have to write each and everything. What has happened, okay? You have to write each and everything and make anyone, any layman reading your report, make them understand that this is what happened. This is the observation, this is what happened. Got it, sir? And then you have to go for exhibits also. Exhibits again, the right source from the right people, right document. Never ever compromise on these things only. This is glossary and all that. It's a usual internal audit report. Anything, sir? Anything you want to know? Reporting file. Okay, sir. So after this, after break we will be discussing all the case laws. This report, sir. PPT. PPT you can share. Report I can. It is left. So far we have discussed about how we will be approaching the forensic audit, how we will be delivering the forensic report to that extent. Some more things I want to cover is just I want to add one more point into that. See, our work will not complete only with the signed audit report. It will be providing expert witness in the court as well as providing a witness to the as well as providing witness to the law authorities like police and state polices and the CID, CBI and all. They will also be calling us for an investigation purpose, because we are giving the forensic report based on which they have filed the case and they are interrogating the accused. So we have to help them to understand what is the fraud and what is the amount of fraud, what is the modus operandi, and why he is being accused for this. So these details we have to provide to the law authorities. This is a very critical portion that we have to. It is a that is also bucket in the bucket of our curriculum. I just wanted to, and one thing, just for, it's not to scare you. When you are going for an investigation in front of the investigation officer, so he will think that you are forced by the competent authority, whoever provides the engagement letter, like bank or somebody else, you are forced to give this kind of report. That will be his way of talking to you. So don't be scared, because you are professional, you are protected by in all means. Okay, if you have written the fact, you are protected by all means of the law. So you don't need to worry about it. This is the, once you are in the field, you will be able to understand all these things. It's a very common in this field. First interrogations will be like that. Later on, he will be giving the assignments to you. The IO will be giving the assignments to you. That's how we will be building our network.
Standards of audit.
The last portion is not covered in the standards of audit.
No, it is mandatory under Companies Act to follow SAs. Here, this standards which discussed in the.
Yes, sir. Morning.
It is recommendatory or mandatory?
Now it is mandatory.
Mandatory. Under which company?
Sir, as per if you are chartered accountant, that you have to follow. That is all. Companies Act now doesn't say about it. It's only in our chartered accountants act that we have to follow this. It's a standard. The guidance, it's not a guidance for us.
It is a mandate.
It is mandate. We are following it. Actually, whatever we are doing, that's what covered in the research. Earlier, what we studied in FAB also, even before introducing the standards, the same things were available in FAB materials as a guidance note. But we will be very strictly following. It's not in a. Not just in paper, sir. Any forensic auditor, they will first try to safeguard himself. Next only anything else. Whether the company or the accused person, even the law agencies, first you have to safeguard yourself. Including the data collection, data processing, interview questionnaire, whatever I was saying, everywhere we will follow the exact standard what is written by the IC, what is given by IC. So that one thing I want to say about because that helping the law agency is must duty for our forensic accountants. And just one more thing is different assignments are there. Already morning session they discussed like forensic accounting and forensic audit. We have different assignments like companies and will be appointing us to identify employee or vendor fraud or customer frauds. Same like that, bank will give us borrower's profile to who are having a red flags. There is a in RBI website it is available, sir. Around some 60 cases of red flags are there. Any red flags are identified by the internal audit team. They will flag it in the central library. There's a bank in CBS central library will be there. They will flag it there. From there, they will be giving it to the forensic assignments. Those kind of assignments will come. That is RFA assignments we call it, sir. NPA is as usual. RBI has given in their master circular to go for a forensic auditor with certain monetary limit, like 50 crore and above, 50 crore and below, more than 5 crore. These things conditions are there. With that, they are giving those assignments also. And apart from that, our law agencies like Central Bureau of Investigations, even including our Tamil Nadu CAD department also 6 months back announced for tenders asking for empanelment of forensic auditors who is having a head office in the we are empaneled with Hyderabad and Telangana, sir, because our firm is there, head office is there. Same like they are asking quotations from here also. So these are some assignments I just wanted to, these are the openings will be there. And then statutory auditors like top 50 auditors or top 100 auditors where big companies are there. If you are an individual, say you are a proprietor, you want to find out some business in the, after doing FAFD, you want to find some business means, you can approach the IRPs like insolvency resolution persons where they will be taking your help. As well as you can approach the top 100 auditors who are the statutory auditors. They will be asking you to help in the IFRA assignment, like in the Internal Financial Reporting Framework, Control Framework. For that, and I was referring to the SOX, right, Sarbanes-Oxley Act, where the US Stock Exchange, the company is listed in New York Stock Exchange or in any US Stock Exchange. You will be having a curriculum there also. You can provide services there also, individuals, as an individual consultant. It's not that, but sometimes to get a big forensic audits, you need at least 4 partners should be there. IB and all other agencies are asking for minimal requirement of 4 partners, out of which 2 should be either CFE or FAFD. So this is must. If this is there, you can go for a starting of IBS less than 50 crore audits. No need of experience. We can refer to our internal audits and other equivalent fraud risk assignments as our experience and go for this thing. So this is some background about how to take up the audits also. Any doubt in this? So we'll go for cases. Sir, I have 6 cases here. Apart from that, we did Satyam also, sir, on behalf of the Crime Bureau of Investigation. If time permits, I'll explain this. I have the entire this thing. It's just I'm going to only read it. By reading it, you will be able to get it. Last thing we will keep it. But before that, all these 6 cases I will be discussing. So it will be useful for even for the stat audit also. That's why I kept it this. So first is first is Ponzi scheme. This is a famous one among the Indians. Usually the middle class, majorly in the middle class and the below poverty line people used to put some money on monthly basis for these attractive schemes. In this particular case, I cannot refer the name of the company or just for the confidentiality purpose. Otherwise, in this particular case, the company almost 20 to 30 years, 25 years company, providing a Ponzi scheme like if you pay monthly 10,000 for 5 years, at last of eighth year, you will get a land around some 20 cents to 50 cents. This is the advertisement they have given. And people from all over South India, like majorly from Andhra and Telangana, here Tamil Nadu also, Pondicherry, and then Karnataka. And all the South Indian subscribed to this scheme. The total amount was around some 7,500 crore involved. The collection amount is 7,500 crore. The total number of people involved is around some 33 lakhs people in this. 33 lakh people. And what happened here is, once the complaint is received, they were unable to pay or unable to allot the land. So people started asking the money, and a lot of quarrels and fights between the subscribers and the company. So government came and filed the case against the company and arrested the chairman first. So after that, 2-3 directors absconded, and the CFO is absconded. CEO is already arrested. So CFO is an important person. He's also been absconded. So this is the background of the case. Then we got this assignment, and then when we moved into that, we were able to prove some important points. So you can see here, these are the 4 important points we have proved it with the proper evidence and to the court of law. So that is, first is oversubscription and allotting plots which is not equal to the amount paid by the subscribers. Sir, before that, do you need more background information about this company to understand this, or
you can throw 2 minutes on the background as
well? This particular company is, they sent an advertisement that there is agriculture land will be there in a very prime location, like Rajahmundry. So say for example Rajahmundry. In the Rajahmundry, they will be saying, the company owns around some 80 to 100 acres. This is the acre. In that, 50 cents of plots are available, which will be given for after 8 years if you are paying 10,000 every month. That's a scheme. So in Rajahmundry, you are getting such a cheaper land for installment. Only the problem is ownership will be transferred after 8 years. You can enter the land only after 8 years. So people started thinking that, okay, for my daughter's marriage or for the education of my son or daughter, all these things can be the middle class mindset. I'm just telling you, like, they want to safeguard this thing, so they invested money in this through the agents. The agents are appointed in every district, and then those money has been collected and deposited to the main account of the company. The first account will be there in the name of the company. So they will be depositing it. So for each of the package of the, let's say 100 acres is there, and then 50 cents means 200 plots will be there. For all those 200 plots, so you say how many subscription can be taken? Can you just tell me for the 200 acres of land, how many subscription can be taken? 200? They have taken 1 lakh. So this is the fraud. You are understanding, sir? They collected 1 lakh into 10,000. Into 8 for the next 8 years monthly, 1,25,000. You see that's how that is 7,500 crore built up. And so this is the background of the company. So that's the first observation I was talking about. Over subscription and allotting plots which is not equal to the amount paid by the subscribers. So this is Rajahmundry case. Really it happened, but the highest number is 15 lakhs. Out of 1,200 lakhs, 15 lakhs subscribers they have taken it. And the same flat they showed it to the subscribers, and after that they will say that they cannot allot the flat, so we are allotting to others. In these conditions are written in the terms and conditions paper, which not read by most of the people. So they just signed it, and they after that say, no, you have to take this land and all this. That's why the fight and everything happened. So the first observation, over subscription. The second observation, grabbing forest land and selling it to subscribers. This is very interesting part. Actually, our Mitas, we all know Mitas, Satyam's subsidiary. They were also involved in the same thing, but I don't want to refer to it. There is a place, one village is there. The village is very near to one big forest. There is a proper land available for the company. They say that ABC Limited company has having proper land of around some 100 acres. But what they did, they called the tribes staying there. First, they conspired with the local sub-register, and then first they initially registered those lands with the tribe name. From there, they transferred the land. They asked the tribes to sell the land to these companies. So this is how the entire this thing was being taken away. It was jokingly said that the complaint was given by the forest department that the forest is not there. Like in Tamil movie and all, you know that Vadivel was giving the complaint, no, the well is not found. Like that, the forest department has filed a case that the forest is not found. And then we went, then we also filed a case that the land is not found. Then we both went in there, and the DAG of registrar came, and then we saw that around some 1,000 acres of forest land is being converted as this kind of land, and they have taken it. They have given it to the people also. So that is the initial process. Everybody was telling this is a very good company. They have given so much of land to us. And I may ask how this can happen. Logically, it cannot happen. These are the checks is there, but 99% in all the forensic cases, illogical things only will happen. Nothing will be the logical. We all know forest land means some bifurcation will be there. Survey number you cannot override. Everything is also override. The entire document has been fabricated. To just say the volume of the document, I myself verified 8,500 documents. You can say one person. There were around some 10 people involved. In that case, 8,500 documents we have read. You can say that how much effort he would have put for preparing all those this thing. Of course, the money is big, so they will be ready to do anything. The fraudsters will be ready to do anything. So the third thing is buying shares of subsidiaries at higher premium price. I don't need to explain. This is a very this happened at 2010 and before 2010. So much of stringent conditions was not available with what we have in 2013 Companies Act was not available then. So that's the reason front and back that prices are like 10 rupees share. They will be buying it for 200 to 300 rupees. With the money received from the subscribers, they will invest here. Saying that premium we bought it. To some biodiesel companies were there, data mining companies or software companies, whatever name they want, they will put it. They opened around 160 companies in different names. In one place itself, 10 into 10 room, in Vijayawada it is a 10 into 10 room, around 18 to 20 companies were there in one address. And in that 20 companies, almost 500 crore has been invested for the 10 into 10 room. You can think about how it has been diverted. But there are good business also. It's not like, see, you got to showcase, right? They have opened the theme parks and those things are really good assets. And they opened some good companies in Dubai and they have taken, officially they have taken the money and they thought that we can multiply the amount by investing in some other businesses. After which we can just pay off these debt. Subscribers, but everything gone in a different over a period of time. That's the reason it failed actually. And next is using unrelated business activities for the name of expansion of operations. That's what I was referring. These investments and all, everything, the proper this thing is they have to buy the land, convert the land into agriculture land, and then give it to the subscribers. That's what the purpose of the company. Instead of that. Today he will wake up and he will see some ads like shampoo company. By evening on documents will be MOA, OA, everything will be ready. And on company secretary was appointed there. 4 to 5 persons were there. They will just prepare all the documents and do it. And on chartered accountant, always 3 are there. 3 chartered accountants were there. They will sign all the documents and open the company. So this is how it was done. So even just to open a company, open a bank account, a separate team was maintained by this. So you can understand how it is. So this is the one case I want to discuss. And in this also I want to discuss how we find out something. This Archivido, as I said, we have searched any complaint is registered. We only asked the district police department, SPR, to give us any complaint registered against these lands. So in that scenario, for that reply to that letter, he has sent that forest department complaint. So that is how we are able to understand that this is a forest land and it has been grabbed. So this is the one case. You don't know where and when the information will come and how you will be reporting it. But if you have set the trap everywhere, every department and every district, when you are handling a big cases like this, you will be able to get the proper information. Then, as I said, the CFO was absconding. We are unable to trace. So one day we went in, we took the permission from the board and we went in to the accounting office. The same near to the corporate office, accounting office was maintained there. This is the major red flag actually. Just if the in the corporate office, if there is no account office, the account office is maintained separately in a different building, then you can say that the company is doing something fishy in the behind the screen. You can confirm it. So this company was also in the same case. They were maintaining a separate accounting office. We went inside. We collected all the information. I'm just telling you why forensic auditor should open the eye always. Okay. I just found one visiting card below the drawer of that chairman's things, where one person, their name was there. He is also part of the company. I just took it with the intuition. I just called the number. He picked up. That fellow is the assistant to the CFO. Immediately, I said that inspector to trace this person. They traced him. We brought him in. And then we asked him to provide the information of the CFO, where he is. He said he is not having any information. Later, he said one computer was used by the CFO, sir. I know where the computer is. Then we asked him to show the computer. Inside the accounting office only, there was a separate door which you cannot see just by going there. You cannot recognize that as a door. You have to just open it, and we opened and went inside. We found the system. We cannot operate the computer system as a forensic auditor, or when we are in a crime scene, you should not operate. But the owner of the system can operate. This assistant was also using the system, so we asked him to open the system. There we found the Gmail ID. At the time, this tracing is not possible. We will be having that Nokia bricks kind of phone. We will not be having the thing. So what we did, the Gmail we opened it. In the Gmail, if you see, the IP address will be traced. Last login details, IP address will be traced. 2 days before in Delhi, Noida, that IP address was there. We took it and we saw the IP address with the help of the web searches, and it was there in the Delhi, Noida. Usually at least 500 to 1 kilometer radius you can trace that. So that's a difficult task. Then we informed the police, and police sent a team there, and they formed the search operation there. There, in one small room, the CFO we found it, and we brought him in. So that's a thing we did. That's an interesting story we had actually at that time. How the forensic auditor means it's not just numbers, it's not just figures. You have to see every detail. Somewhere or some places you will get it. Once you are in the assignments, definitely you will get that fraud stuff. But you have to wait. Patiently you have to wait. You will be killed by the authority who gives that letter to you, that engagement letter. He will be killing with words. You are not competent, you are not doing the work, all those things. Just to listen. Okay, whatever you want to say, you say about things, just listen. And one day, on one time, you will get hold of this problem. Once CFO comes out, all the directors hide hidden places, bunkus, everything was out. What was the exact fraud we were able to. Why I am saying this? The volume of the data. Somebody was asking about the volume of the data. You can say that 160 companies, each company had around some 5 to 10 accounts, bank accounts. On an average, each company 50 transactions per day. Think about from 1995 to 2010. All these years, 15 crore transactions, literally 15 crore transactions were there. They are asking me to verify. And the entire lifetime I have to spend for this. So that's what the complexity of the case. So for that, if instead of going through that route, now it is available. Now you have a Tableau, you have idea, just connect the data source, it will throw you out all the things. But at the time it was not there. So we found out the route that who did this transaction. If he is there, he will be able to pull out all those fraudulent transactions. We caught him, he said, if you give the protection that in under the approval this thing, definitely he said he will cooperate. SP agreed for that. He took a permission from the ADGP and the SP agreed for that. Immediately we have taken all the paperwork and he has revealed everything in and out of all the things, and we have just there to do some checking work, that's it. He went inside and he has taken wherever the assets was lying, we have taken it out of who are the, not only that, out of 33 lakhs, around some 3 lakh depositors were fake. Why? Because suppose if anything goes wrong, some amount will come to the company through these depositors. So that is also the framework. So everything is revealed. Now the case is moved to CBI, ED is also been investigating this. So I already gave a lot of information, but if anybody knows this case, you can understand. But so this is the service you can provide as a forensic auditor. So why we will be getting this kind of intuition is, we are chartered accountants. We know this client where they will be doing the mistakes. I'm very proud about being a chartered accountant that many cases only we are helping it, but sometimes we are also part of that other side. That's the reason. But we only know what is happening in the balance sheet. So that is what creating this kind of intuition. So that is how we will get hold of the fraudster and the fraud owner. I just wanted to discuss this case. So I discussed this is how we found one of the biggest forest land grabbing, how we unearthed alienated assets through their bioenergy companies. That was telling us that company was investing in bioenergy companies and all. They invested there and then they bought machineries from Dubai and other places, Middle East, and then usually it should not be the case. If you say that from Dubai and all we won't buy, from maximum it will be in Germany, those kind of machineries. That itself created a intuition for us or something is fishy. Then we traced back. There, whatever the company sold that machinery is also related company of this main company. They created a PTE there. PTE, how we call it, there it is PTE. So they created that and they incorporated and they transferred the money. Again, 3 biodiesel companies were there. 2 times they, 2 set of machineries were there. But total bill available is for 100 plus. You say 100 imports were happened. Again, don't ask how customs were being taken care. This can happen. This is India. This can happen. I don't want to. I shouldn't say this in the official listing, but these are things will be happening in the real scenario, and you are here to unearth all these things.
How did such a company collect the money? What credibility they have to collect the money?
That's the face value of the chairman, sir. If I say the name of the chairman, you'll understand, sir. But that
means that fellow is a big fellow.
One fellow, one. With his face only, everything was being collected.
It's like a multi-level marketing.
Yes, sir. Multiple. Sir? He's in jail, sir. Sorry? No. Around 20% only we settled, sir. So far we are unable to. Sir, actually this is very sad to say that around some 100 people died already, and then a lot of people are absconding, sir. They just took loan and they paid this 10,000 and all. They cheat and local chips and all, they put money. Actually, he was very famous there, and with his face value, he was able to get all those business. Okay, sir. Any questions on this? Anything you want want to know any more understanding on this?
What is the constitution of it's a limited company?
Limited. Sir, 160 around 160 companies, sir. In that 90 to 100 are limited companies.
Main companies.
Main companies private. Private.
NBFC.
Nothing was there, sir. RBI permission is not there. Nothing was there. It's all, he is selling land. Ultimately, his objective is to sell land, for which he is taking an installment. So, no need for RBI's approval. This case I was referring to before 2010. They know how to escape from everything. 1995 to 2010. 2012. 2 years. No, not 2012. 2014 it came to us, and I finished the assignment by 2016. Because initially, almost ma'am was referring about the data and all, no? Data, will you be getting the data? We didn't get the data for 6 months. Even police couldn't find out where is the accounting office. We know corporate office. This accounting office, nobody knows where it exists. So later only we found out the accounting office. From there the visiting code we found out. From there one by one the chain of actions happened. But 2016 we signed it. Yeah. Anything? Sir?
Assets are
Liquidatable
assets, right?
Sir, liquidable assets not there, sir. Only land were there.
So you have land.
Yes.
Only land is there.
Land is there.
But the investment also in the other systems.
That is to buy land only. He want to take it away to the other businesses.
Like you will not be able to freeze the assets of those.
We freezed it.
It was freezed.
But it's a course of law. You cannot just like that recover and just like that. You have to go for a proper action. See, even if a company gone for an NPA, it will take at least 180 days. Sir. Minimum time is 180 days. But think about this case where, in this case, I am talking about around some 30,000 acres overall. So first of all, we have to understand what are the survey numbers, and in that the problem is 25% is all. We understood that is forest land or government land. So these things should be eradicated. Then after that it will take minimum 25 years it will take. So case started in 2012, but people will get the money. Almost now 25% to 30% got the money. So it's still going on. The difficulty is even the subscribers, they have to prove the genuinity. You cannot just like that give the money to the subscriber. It will be difficult. Tomorrow the entire government will be, this is the case involved the entire state. We are talking about the entire state where even the government can change. So just like that you cannot go and give the money to the subscribers. You need the proof, you need the proper evidence to give it to them. But government is taking the proper actions. It is slow, but still it is going. Any questions? Next case. This is also what we discussed earlier about how they have taken the money to the overseas. In one of the company, they are into the software developers around 800 crores total. Fraud amount. The sales was around some 2,000 crore. Fraud amount we unearthed around some 800 crore. And then the company is into the development of software, mainly for the telecommunication things. Telecommunication equipments, operation software is there. Software platform is Unity. So major supplier is telecommunication operators like Airtel, BSNL and all these persons. What he did, he took a loan, sir, around some 1,000 crore loan. He took a loan from banks, 23 banks I think, and he diverted the money to the Dubai and other overseas. How in British Virgin Island he created a firm. You know, when you hear this Panama, British Virgin Island, all those things, how it will be. By hearing this, you will understand, okay, this fellow had done this. From there, the software is developed. Each software costed 80 crores. This 80 crores, this 80 crores software, what document they have given me, as a proof of delivering the software? 3 pages of this thing. With think about the British Virgin people. At least the English should be something in a proper way, right? He am. It was written like that. You can understand, right? What I am referring to. That kind of licensing document, they have given it to me, saying that this is the proof. The saddest part is bank has agreed this document and given the loan and money gone. This is the, and further investigated. First, the money is coming to the British Virgin Island. No, we are giving it to them. No. From there, it is given to another company in the Dubai. We are able to unearth with the SQLs, such as I was telling. No, we were able to unearth with that data, this thing, computer data. That Dubai company is the director of the Dubai company is ex-employee of this company. So ultimate purpose is proved. This is enough for the court to now. We are all again. CBI case has been registered and investigations is going by the CBI. So this is one case I wanted to tell.
Which state, sir?
We only, sir. Chennai.
State bank case.
No, sir. So how much involved? 800 crores. How did they transfer? Through wire transfer to the purchasing of software, sir. How they got back is to the Dubai account. So this and all, why I want to say is here it's not just I have used the tool of what we use in the internal audit. It is just beyond that. We have to go into deep dive into the technical things like the computer forensics. You have to do take the data and understand it, and you have to read the transactions within a different mind. And straight away you cannot say there is a licensing agreement they have given. Okay, we are not expert in software licensing agreement, but we will know the basic of 80 crore. If you are paying, you at least some 100 pages he has to give. Like become exam, sir. But this fellow has 3 papers and accepted this, and that's we are unable to digest it. That's why we went in deeper into it, and the BBC Island and all those things sparkled the intuition, and we started investigating it. This is the amount involved is very less, sir. Only 2 crores, not but he is why I wrote how poetically done. Every fraudster in India or in world, they should come for a class to this fellow and take a class and go. Then only they will be the proper fraudster. You see, he had a payment slip. See, it's against he took a OD, sir. He couldn't pay it. So what he did, 10 people who are working under him. He took their Aadhaar card, PAN card, everything. He went to the bank asking for the mudra loans. He took it. So after that, his company received 10 orders, supplying machinery. That machinery, you know everything. So this quotation is given by this company only. Bank has accepted the quotation. No fault in the bank because this company is a proper company. He is going to become around some 80 to 85 days is over. So he is going to become a bankrupt. Before that he wants to do that. So he did all this thing. 10 people he found it, and a mudra loan is paid. The mudra loan, proper quotation was there. Photos of the machinery was there. And then photo has been taken with the borrower, the supplier, everybody was standing in front of the machine and taken photos and given it to the bank. Bank also verified in 10 different places. That is the beauty of the case. All the photos are taken 10 different places, 10 office premises.
Same machine.
Same machines. that we found out, sir, by reading the stickers, barcode and all. So this is what happened. One machine, 10 sales. 10 sales booked, GST filed, sir. TDS file, sir, whatever you want, sir. Yeah, that payment slip of the vehicle was there. I don't know why he kept it, because it's a machinery, but it is there. And then unloading, loading charges for the carrier, he paid the amount. Even the one we all know, the GST bill trading and all, we will be doing. Our clients will be doing. Sometimes I'm not. That the bill trading cases also, this payment slips and the proper records won't be there. But this fellow has created 10 such a document where you will not find even a single fault, except only one thing, that barcode was not changed. And if you see the barcode of the machines in the photos, no, it is very difficult. But we have the software, so that we have just in Gandhi, we have just analyzed that barcode and we understood, okay, this fellow is doing the. Okay. So this is the finest details. You have to go deep into that, and you see. I was telling that don't do the tick. Amount is the tick. Name is the tick. That is the tick. Tick. No tick under here. You have to, based on the data available, based on the transaction, nature of the transaction, understand really what would have happened. So that how he will take the money. That's what your first question. I was telling the hypothesis, form the hypothesis. If you are the person who is going to do the fraud, how you will take the money. That's what. So why I was telling this, first the case was not for the original company, the case was for these 10 mudra loans. Because this particular branch was defaulting more in mudra loans, so it came to us. Then we understood all these loans defaulted is going to only one company. Then only we are able to trace all these things. So any questions on this?
Mudra loans are for the individuals, right?
Individuals, sir.
You called the individuals and then inquired?
Yes, sir. We went to see them, sir. We took interview of every. We asked them to become approved. They were working with the company actually. The company was closed. He promised them around some 50K and all. But finally helped me with all. In fact, they came to the bank for opening a bank account. That's what they know.
Stuff it is taken care of.
All are coolies allowed.
You can't catch him.
But we found out tracing all. Anything, sir? Any doubt in this? We can move to the next one. This is the common one. Even for it will be useful for the internal auditors also. It's a very big company. It's a Fortune 500 company. In SAP, you'll be having a purchase order system. We all know that. If there is an open purchase orders more than 6 months, as an internal auditor, we will report that. So this assignment is not a fraud finding assignment. So this is a FR, a fraud risk assessment assignment. Then we found out all these red flags. After that, we digged further and we found out there was a misuse by one employee. Very ironically, such a big company had given access, user rights to modify bank details by the finance department. Only for one person. And his relative was working with the purchase department. So you are understanding now what will happen. So that's what happened. So that fellow said what are the purchases to be made, which is not made, and still it is open. He has given the open purchase orders, and then this fellow created the document, back-end document, and he has paid the amount to the bank account after modifying he put his accounts, means whatever the account he is going to favor, he put it in the master and he transferred the money. Again we verified in security register, no entry. In purchase department, after quality department verification, nothing was there. So all this lacuna was there. They thought by this way we can make money, but they didn't know that so many checks are there. So they were caught. We did the interview and all both the persons, and we understood everything. They accepted it. So every other procedures were done. So this is something I wanted to do. Same kind of thing, sales orders will be there. That is one kind of red flag. And then customers, the user access rights, if it is a ERP system, if it is a tally and all, we cannot do anything. But at least Oracle and SAP, we should understand what all the user access given. Sir, amount is very less, sir. 25 lakhs. And why it has been, it is not unearthed is because of that amount. Because that's, you can say 0.000010^01%. It's peanuts for.
It's more a control issue.
Yes. This one we formed, I was telling, no, as a forensic auditor, you should place a trap to catch hold of the persons. This one we did, sir. Personally we did, sir, ma'am. We did the trap. We set up the trap. We worked for 1 month before anything. It is also a fraud risk assessment. It is not a forensic assignment, sir. It is a fraud risk assessment by the company. What happened? This company is into a restaurant. They will give a kitchen. The process is like the customer will come and order food. Kitchen ticket will be created, sir. That kitchen ticket will go to the kitchen chef. He will be preparing the food, and the food will be delivered against this kitchen ticket. After the cash is already been collected in by cashier, then only the kitchen ticket is created. Very peculiarly, many in 2-3 restaurants only. This is chain of restaurants. You cannot in a single. It's in an airport. Around some 50 restaurants are there. In that 2-3 restaurants, the void kitchen ticket. Void means, ma'am, that it will be cancelled. Food is not delivered, it will be cancelled. So they cancelled these tickets. And if it is cancelled, you don't need to show it for money. So these kind of things were there. So we said it is a red flag. As a FRA, then they said, oh, if it is a red flag, okay, this is a normal thing, sir, normal practice. If you want, you can do further assignment. Then we went for a fraud investigation. That is forensic audit. From FRA, it is converted to forensic audit. When we understood nature of the cashiers, overall cashiers, their profiles, HR profiles, we have studied it. Where they worked, everything we took into all these things. And then who is his boss? His all these details, personal details, everything we understood, and then only we came to know that as a trend, this boss is having a habit of saving this password in every system. Whenever he goes and because only the boss can void the ticket, kitchen ticket. So this fellow also having a habit of, he is a very lazy fellow. He wants to save the password. He saved the password. This was noted by two persons, and this is how they were doing it. Then what we did, we asked that boss to take a leave for 5 days. So 5 days we were waiting. This fellow was coming and going, but he was not cancelling any ticket. But one fine day, around some 2 o'clock in the night, he was seeing the international, when persons were coming and they were taken a foot and we were watching, this fellow cancelled the ticket. Immediately we went and we caught them. In fact, you cannot set the CCTV everywhere when you are operating in airport, okay? But we specifically wanted exactly to focus. A special permission means taken, and we focused and we took the evidence. We went directly to the cashier's desk. We came and we asked him to write down everything. We got hold of it. But the amount is really huge. With the 2 fellows, it's 75 lakhs. You can understand that 15-20,000 amount he is earning, and within 4 years, 75 lakhs the company lost is a huge one comparing to the business of it. So this is the trap we set and we found that fellow. This is another this thing, sir. It's very open. Actually, it came for arbitration purpose. It's not for fraud or this thing. There was a dispute between around some 30 trustees were there. This is a college, and 30 trustees were there who invested money and they are operating the college. But one fellow with another 4 trustees, they formed a group and this one fellow is a author of the trust. You know what is the power of author of the trust? So as per the agreement, the author of the trust invested 1,000 rupees and he took all this 29 persons to the as a trustee to run this college. That is an agreement. So he had every right, every single right. And as per Act also, author of the trust is the major person. Sir. So all these 29 people out of around some 20 to 25 persons are illiterate. Means they are local persons who earned hard-earned money and they gave the cash. We asked for the cash and they deposited into the bank account of the college and he took the money. He has given a receipt as donation to this fellow. It's over. Case will not stand. But the victims are again and again requesting us for try to do something and all. Then we went and we analyzed every document, transaction, books of accounts, everything was clean, everything was perfect, nothing we could find out there. But except minutes of book, where instead of writing as a donation, though he has written, those who did not pay the share will be sent out immediately from the trustees. That is how he has written in the minutes of books in only one day. He has signed it. It's an approved document, he signed it. Company secretary was also there, they also signed it. So we took that copy and we filed a police case. That one document was enough to safeguard all the 29 people. So that after that he came for the arbitration, he settled it, he said I don't want the college, other kind. So we changed the, from the trust we converted into the Section 8 company. So all the members are now owner of the trust. That's how we did it. Any doubt in this? So these are the important case I want to discuss. Any questions? Sir, you want Satyam also just to see? I am going to just read it out. I am not.
In your experience, is there any case where you couldn't do anything about it? Then
Daily cases are there. Failed in the sense, from a humanity, as a human being, sometimes we feel, okay, we want to save the company, but what he did is not in the legal aspect. So at those times you cannot protect them. So those things are there. Also, there are cases where it's a fraud, we know it's a fraud, but since there is no evidence, you cannot say that that is a fraud. So those things we have to. Yeah. Because tomorrow when you are in front of the investigation agencies, you will be screwed. So it's better to come out of those things, those assignments.
Do you face physical threats?
Sir?
Do you face physical threats in these assignments?
It's a form part of this thing, big cases, but not in all the cases. Sir. Only with the politically or if the amount involved is very huge and the person who is very powerful, definitely yes, we have raised it. Sir, that is. Even today, I am very scared to go to the place. Actually, I never went out.
This is the total case. Suppose if the amount of fraud exceeds 1 crore and it is IFCU.
Yes, sir.
Then in such a case, do you have any responsibility to report to central government just to 143 crore of the company's?
Not my responsibility, sir. It's a statutory auditor. But we will give this one report to the statutory auditors.
They have to report.
They have to report.
Under care also.
Yes.
If it is
1 crore and above.
No, if it is a present during the current tenure, if fraud happened, then
yes.
it's your duty to.
Yes, sir. And we did, sir. There are cases like that. They report, but not in qualification, emphasis of matter. And care also.
But if it exceeds 1 crore,
yes.
then you have to report to central government.
Yes, yes. It is happening, sir. It's not just in the paper, it is happening. But it's only rare cases. Means you ultimately, if that is proved and everything is done, police complaint is done, then only audit will come forward and reports. Otherwise, because he cannot just like that right now. Any questions, sir? Okay, this is Satyam case, sir. So before going into this, I just wanted to tell you that if you go on search internet, what are all the major corporate scandals? One of the things is Satyam also. So I'm not telling for this kind of out of this all the big corporate scandals, everything was found out by whistleblower, internal auditor, or by the government securities agencies and all, except Satyam. It was revealed by the chairman. So, until that, even by US Stock Exchange people, Sarbanes-Oxley Act complaints was there to Satyam. Everything was there, but nobody was able to find out. But it was very, very open. Unlike other Enron or WorldCom, whatever you name it, see, everywhere it is very hidden, very perfect. But here the problem is negligence and the value of the person. So the trust placed on the person was very strong that the level of negligence went to unacceptable level. So that's what we can say. I just want to go, I'm going to just read it out, sir. So this is how the Satyam incorporated by 1987 by me, Ramlinga Raju, sir. He is the chairman and founder. So majorly the business is engineering and product development, supply chain management, client relationship management, business process management, business intelligence. All these things are formed part of the software development, sir. They are into the most IT sector, information technology. So this company is listed in New York Stock Exchange, National Stock Exchange, and NSE and BSE, sir. Presence over 60 countries. So this is the timeline of event. 1991, they first got the first Fortune 500 client, and after that CMM is it's a maturity level of the process. SCICM is the software agencies will be there. They will give the certificate that level 5 is like the entire process is matured to the level that no leakage of revenue, nothing will be happening. That's what the certificate says. So this is just to tell you about how best this company was at that time. This IT services provided FIFA World Cup and then ISO 9000 certificate listed on New York Stock Exchange, best IT processes in IT sector. Again version 1.2 they have been certified. CMMI level company wide security standard certificate they have got. So everything they got. On exactly December 2016-2009, and the first thing happened. Midas Properties and Midas Infrastructure. Midas Infrastructure is a construction company and Midas Properties is a real estate company, sir. So Mr. Ramlinga Raju wants to buy these two companies. That's where everything started. DOD gave approval, but investors were reluctant because not a small amount of money. It's a 7,000 crore. You can see that. That 1.6 billion is equivalent to 7,000 crore, which is nothing but whatever fraud he did, whatever misappropriation he did or boosted up revenue and all those things, equivalent to that, he want to buy this company so that it will be matched. That's what his intention was. But there are two things happen. First is World Bank has clearly said that you are into data theft and you are into these problematics, so we are cancelling your this thing. So that's a very big backdrop for him. After that, this investors also not willing to give their consent for the purchase of this Midas Properties and the Midas Infrastructure. So he was cancelling the BOD and postponing to the January 10th. So after that, 27, one by one independent directors and everybody was resigning, sir. Up to January 6th, you can see that 29 Rammohan Rao sir was resigning, and so after that, even the entire promoter share was pledged to the institutional investors. That has been sold into the stock exchanges. People are not aware of all those things. They were just following the trends of the market. After that, January 6th also, that is the balance. IL&FS has sold all their holdings. Means that has been pledged by the Ramlinga Raju to IL&FS, that's sold in the open market. On January 7th morning, he declared, he sent a letter to the board that he is resigned, and he said these are the fraud he committed. That whatever the fraud committed by him, it is there here. So he said fictitious sales booked over a period of 6 years amounting to rupees 6,500 crore, and then inflated current account balances to the extent of rupees 1,700 crore. That this current account is he maintains a current account. I'll just tell you the story related. Next is inflated fixed deposits with FDR. We know, we all know that FDR is fake. That's a famous one, was being telecasted everywhere in media. So he inflated 3,300 crore FDR, and then unaccounted loans to the extent of 1,230 crores, non-existent interest income shown over a period of 6 years, inflated profits resulting in higher EPS, dividend, book value, higher share values, promoters realization, the benefits from the promoters realizing the benefits from the market through sale or borrowing from shares. So basically, to start with, why he committed this is Satyam's operational cost was very high. It is not what is expected. EBITDA was not there for Satyam. So that is how he came with these things. He started providing a fake invoices, he created fake customers and all. So that is also, once you create, this is the accounting system, right? One debit, one credit should be there. So that is the chain of action you have to give. So there is a debit balances in the Sunday debtors. You cannot keep it in that way. So you have to say this is collected. So once it is collected, where it is it asset or is it settling in the liability? No, it is asset. Which form of asset? FDRs. This is how it's all been created, sir. For which he has a very close aides in the management, that he maintained a separate office, that is a strategic office, and he was working from there, sir. So these are the gist of the whole fraud, sir. And I also want to discuss about internal auditors and external auditors' role in the Satyam fraud. First is external auditors. Their audit file shows comprehensive coverage. They covered everything, sir. Not that the firm, so-called, I don't want to name the firm covered everything, but eventually missed out on linking key elements and end-to-end verification of their own audit samples. See, one sample, if you are verifying, the documents will be there. I was telling you, when starting the freight charges, what we paid, it should be equal to the purchase amount, sir. So, but this is not there. This should have been the proper, if they have verified the proper with their own samples, this should have come out. Again, and the second point, if you see, they were in possession of 2 sets of bank information. I'm talking about external auditors had 2 sets of bank informations. It's not that they did not have. The one original, that is in which the banker had filed the balances confirmation and signed as per the real banking protocol. The other set of confirmation is the forged one, supplied by the company officials. So the auditors opened only the company provided bank statements, and accordingly they confirmed the balances, and the other set was just lying there. So this is what happened there. That's why we call it negligence. The interest on the forged deposit was shown in the books of account. This is very crucial, sir. Together with the TDS thereon. But if you see, TDS is 19 lakhs only. For one particular year, the TDS was originally deducted 19 lakhs. But in this forged document, it shows 60 crores. It is even available in the internet also. Case notes, if you are searching, you will be able to see in the case summary also. 60 crores it was there. And auditors accepted these things. Instead of verifying with the website itself, that the traces website itself, the auditors accepted these documents and they signed the balance sheet. The sampling process adopted by the auditor did not wholly represent the size and nature of the transactions. This is the usual negligence will happen whenever we go for a forensic audit. We also investigate the role of chartered accountant, and this is the common observation we all forensic auditors get. So this is the external auditor role, sir. I want to present this just to be careful because we cannot rely every time the face value of the challenge, because he will be under the pressure, different pressure. He did not do it for the fraudulent thing. He is having pressure. He has to bring his company to the first place. So with this level revenue, where the operating cost even he is not able to recover the operating cost, nobody will give the project. So if he wants to get the project, he has to build it like this. So there is a pressure. I was referring as a triangle, that pressure, rationalization and all. So there exists. Again comes the internal auditor's role. Satyam was having internal audit department who got many awards for the quality reporting and coverage. Verification of their work revealed that they concentrated predominantly on payroll issues, overtime amounts payable to employees, payroll at various countries, etc. So you are getting my point? Internal audit. Regarding invoicing part, they concentrated mostly on the compliance with the standard agreement process, which Satyam should have with the various clients. They have never cross-checked the cash and bank balances on the premise that these are covered by external auditors. They said it is covered by external auditors. It is this, in the report it was there. When we verified the report, we audited on behalf of Central Bureau of Investigations. In that, when we got the internal audit reports, it was there. They were written like that. Ultimately, now it was proved beyond any doubt that no comprehensive overview of the audit was ever taken by internal audit department. It's not only external auditors, even the internal auditors also will be prosecuted. Because that is their responsibility. When they are giving the report, it is their responsibility. So this was the Satyam case. Any questions, sir? Anything? So far, I think that with this, we can close the session, sir. Just let me know if you have any questions. I'm ready to answer. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.